come up to meet you, tell you I'm sorry. You don't know how lovely you are. I had to find you, tell you I need you, tell you I set you apart. Tell me your secrets and ask me your questions. Oh, let's go back to the start. Running in circles, coming in tails, heads on the sides apart. Nobody said it was easy. It's such a shame for us to part. Nobody said it was easy. No one ever said it would be this hard. Oh, take me back to the start. I was just guessing the numbers and figures, pulling your puzzles apart. Questions of science, science and progress, did not speak as loud as my heart. Tell me you love me, come back and haunt me. Oh, when I rush to the start, running in circles, chasing tails, coming back as we are. Nobody said it was easy. Oh, it's such a shame for us to part. Nobody said it was easy. No one ever said it would be so hard. I'm going back to the start.
Hello, who is this? Jupiter?
It's me.
Oh, you changed your picture. I wasn't sure there for a minute.
Yeah, no, this is awful picture. I want to change it, but I've got to get around to doing it. It's because I've had to come in on my laptop, not my phone.
Oh, right. Have you run out of stuff on your phone?
No, it's just the phone. The sound on it's just fucked. I think I've done too many live streams and stuff on it.
Oh, right. Did you get what I sent you?
Yes, I watched it. We're not live, are we?
Yes,
we
we
live?
are live.
Yes,
Yes, so we like talking cold, yeah.
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah.
What did you think?
Well, obviously the evidence is now there, I think,
Yeah.
to say that the money has definitely gone missing.
Yeah.
Or not, or at least not been accounted for. Maybe it's still there, but it's not accounted for, and there's no decent explanation what it's being used on, or what they're going to do with it for a start. Other thing I noted, which was quite sad, is well, there's definitely a cause for trying to get it looked at again, the case looked at again. There's definitely a cause for that.
Yeah.
There definitely does seem to be discrepancies around police competence and stuff like that. But also the motive for it.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And for me, what hit me was what a big shame because of a certain person's affiliations, and them having to deny certain things, maybe real justice will never be served.
Yes, I think people get the wrong idea thinking that everyone's close together, and they're actually not.
Yeah.
Did you get that? I that came across clearly
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah.
And I can honestly say, James Goddard, you are a liar.
Oh yeah.
And your trick, your trick at damage control, right, is not going to work. No, not anymore. Because you're a liar, an out liar. Wouldn't you say, Jupiter?
Oh, definitely a liar. And well, I only caught the back end of his stream this evening because I thought it was meant to have been yesterday. So I only caught the back end of it this evening. But even that was enough to make me want to get a sick bucket. I'm hoping that you caught it all and that we're going to go through it and you're going to be able to tell me what I've missed.
Oh yeah, I got it. I got the lot. Yeah.
Yeah, good, because we can go through it, and that's another reason why I went onto the laptop instead, because I want to make sure I hear whatever you're playing properly.
Well,
I noticed that she was there in the chat though.
Oh yeah. You know, well, it's damage control, isn't it?
Little butter with the mouth. Yeah.
Yeah, damage control. And I can understand why Busker doesn't want certain things revealed. I mean, it's plain to me and clear.
Yes.
As for constantly calling Busker a liar, no, I'm sorry, he's not.
Exactly.
And I wouldn't be saying that if I hadn't heard the evidence for myself. And I have. And I also think that Goddard is absolutely fucking clueless as to what certain other people actually think who are involved in this case. Because if you think back to what I sent you, yeah, and if you think to the content and what was said about Tudor Sama's name.
Yeah.
And therefore, it had to be something. Did you hear that bit or not?
From the bit that you sent me,
Yeah.
I definitely heard that, and that's what I
Yeah.
mean by justice may never be done, because if there is some truth,
Mm-hmm.
they've blown the avenue for exploring that right out of the water by their affiliations.
Yeah, it's completely gone.
Yeah.
It's I mean, today I was thinking about you know, that case about the Liverpool supporters and how long it took them to get you know, justice. Yeah, it's not something that happens in a few years, but if you go down the road of getting involved with this group and that group and every other group, you're never going to get it, because that will always stop you, and that's what's happened. And they do as much damage control as they like. We've heard the truth.
Do you know what I think, Wendy? To be quite truthful, they should never have had Tracy Blackwell at the helm.
No.
That Ian fella, he's a lawyer. He would have been much better placed to have been at the helm.
Oh, right. Oh. It's a bit strange then, isn't it, when you think about it?
Yeah. I think probably the other families were truly grieving.
Yeah. Yeah, because can you remember when someone told us that the road was opened after 40 minutes? Well, I heard tonight apparently the road was opened after well, it was it was like after an hour, a bit more than an hour even.
All right, so another lie. See, this is the thing.
Yeah.
All these small things might seem irrelevant, but once you start lying over small details, you can't be trusted on the bigger ones, and that's the problem. Needs to be consistent.
Now, I don't know what fucking Goddard thinks that Busker's got, right? But what I picked up is that Mr. Ian Rice, is not the person that they say he is. Did he seem malicious to you? Didn't seem malicious to me.
No, not at all. Sorry, Wendy, I've got a call coming. I've just got to quickly take this.
Oh, yeah. Okay, love. Yeah, so what I'll do, because I haven't shared my screen again. I'm always doing that. So we'll go through a report that Goddard showed on his panel tonight, because apparently this report is full of lies. Well, if this report is full of lies, you're full of lies as well. Yeah, because you're a fucking liar, Goddard. Yeah. And the amount of damage control you're trying to do, not gonna work. Is not going to work. Now, they showed this tonight and used it as some sort of fucking evidence. I don't know why. But let's go through it.
Just don't think you understand. We have to make some noise. It took away our voice, and now we're gonna shame the police. Strong, Harry.
They're singing about 3 boys who died.
Just don't think you understand.
The campaign began online, but now it's being routinely chanted on the streets. They believe that a shocking crime has been covered up. Some say the story you're about to hear is a manifestation of how the far right weaves facts, potentially genuine grievances, and conspiracy to foment unrest.
Just Harry.
Others disagree. What happened, or is believed to have happened, is one of the main causes of the UK's Yellow Vest movement. Last year, 3 teenage boys were hit by a car here in West London. The driver, Janish Chudasama, was a local Asian man who'd been drinking that afternoon.
What happened here that night was truly horrific.
Mr. Chudasama was driving along this road in this direction. According to court documents, he was speeding at 71 miles an hour when he overtook another car, swung back in, clipped the curb, and went on to lose control and plough into the three boys as they walked along here. The impact was so severe that one of them, Josh, was flung up and over the fence and landed in the cemetery. The only small mercy in all of this was the pathologist report that said two of the boys, George and Josh, died instantly, and Harry, the other boy, almost instantly.
Chudasama later pleaded guilty to causing death by dangerous driving and was jailed for 13 years. But the decision by the Court of Appeal to cut that sentence to 10 years outraged the grieving families. That added fuel to the existing belief that, in fact, the incident had been deliberate, perhaps even an act of terrorism. One person who believes it was deliberate is Tracy Blackwell, the mother of Josh, who was killed by Janesh Chudasama.
The BBC told the British public that the car lost control, mounted pavement and killed the boys. It never lost control. You can see it on the CCTV and we can see it on the collision pool.
Tracy Blackwell is one of a number of the boys' relatives who have complained of poor treatment by the police from the start and unanswered questions. Their campaign has won sympathisers in certain quarters online.
No matter what you think of this case, it's clear.
Not least the founder of the English Defence League, Tommy Robinson, real name Stephen Yaxley Lennon.
I can't be 100% certain that this was a terrorist attack, but I certainly don't blame the family for coming to the conclusions they have.
Up and down the country, amongst the yellow vests, we found people who believe that Chudasama could be an Islamist terrorist. He's from a Hindu family.
Listen to me carefully. He was not Hindu.
Right.
If he was, a convert.
Right. And you believe that or you know that?
I know Islam.
The appalling events in Hayes are part of a wider campaign of grievances by these people in high-vis jackets. Most prominent is Brexit. Small groups have been donning yellow vests on a weekly basis in towns and cities across the nation, aiming to capitalise on the symbolism and success of France's far larger Gilets jaunes.
And we're being abused and put down by the establishment and calling us racist bigots.
This was London, and this Leeds, where anger about Brexit has brought people out onto the streets.
It's a protest vote for the people that voted to leave the EU, and we feel that we're being betrayed, particularly by our local politicians who are not doing what we've represented to do, which is follow up what we've asked.
And is the yellow vest something that you feel that you can kind of get behind? Is it inspired you?
I grabbed one off my missus today, that's it.
52% of the country voted to be out of this EU, and we're getting mugged off with it. So we want to stand the ground and say we voted for the one thing, and we want what we voted for.
You're not wearing a yellow vest?
No, I'm not wearing a yellow vest. I couldn't get one to fit me. But
These yellow vest protesters are united in anger against the establishment. As well as Brexit and the campaign about the boys who died, they march about the injustices of homelessness, forced adoptions, and much more. For many, these issues are the extent of their grievances. But there are others who are part of something potentially much more significant, the far right finally getting its act together.
Historically, far-right movements have not been able to get along. There are so many specific fractures in their ideology that they can't really galvanise as a group. And it's what's kept the UK, I think, mostly safe from far-right extremism. What the Yellow Vest has done is seem to give them some kind of public image to unite behind. And I think behind the scenes in the broader far-right ecosystem, there's a level of organisation now that probably hasn't been present before.
Take another look at what else is being said and done at the rallies we've just shown you. London.
We are the people. This is our country. Bring back the Magna Carta. We don't want EU rules. We don't want George Soros. We don't want the Roth brothers. We don't want none of them. We're not far right. We're just right.
And this the one in Leeds, where some demonstrators unfurled a flag that's linked to neo-Nazi groups.
It's been claimed the far right is whipping up Brexit anger for its own ends. Demos like this can use up valuable police resources. This from the former head of counter-terrorism at the Met.
The far right have been quite late to grasp that actually there's tremendous opportunity to cause chaos and mayhem by being peripatetic a bit, by popping up all over the place. What we're seeing with the yellow vests is some of that happening, some of the old anarchist, far left, hard left tactics being used, if you like, by the new yellow vest right-wing activists.
We're not just one group or one certain party. We've got DFLA members here, we've got For Britain members here, we've got UKIP supporters and members here, we've got Britain First members here, and we've got a couple of EDL members here.
Often the numbers taking to the streets are small, but what's going on reverberates much more widely online. This video by a man called John Lawrence has been viewed 180,000 times. We also spotted this online from Mr. Lawrence.
The parents and other members of the community are going to be holding a bit of a protest on Friday around 8 p.m.
This post led us to a small town in the north of England on a Friday night. In his yellow vest, Mr. Lawrence is live streaming a protest outside a local shop. He believes the shop's involved in an alleged attack on 3 white boys by Asian men.
As soon as he's got near his mate's house, a white van's pulled up. 2 Chad-Chads have come out and beat him up.
Some view incidents like this as deliberately exploiting local tensions over race. Mr. Lawrence often makes clear on social media he isn't racist or anti-Muslim. He talks of waking up the nation about what's happening. Our team wanted to know what was happening here.
We're not protesting anything.
Oh, right. So what is...
I don't really want to talk to BBC, honestly. Fake news, honestly. Just, you're best off clearing off because none of us want to talk to you. So, BBC on the scene, guys. See that? Asking questions, and they can fuck right off. Biggest fake news going. They've obviously seen this on social media.
We had, and this is what some of those following Mr. Lawrence's live stream had to say. It's pretty sinister. Post talk of smashing the place up and making England English again, amplifying the effect of what might otherwise be an ugly but isolated incident.
So here we are, John Lawrence. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
John Lawrence is a member of Britain First.
My dad, West Indian.
The street movement is considered far right by some of those who work in counter-terrorism. The man who murdered the MP, Joe Cox, shouted out Britain First as he attacked her. Mr. Lawrence said this as our team left the protest.
No, I can't. I want to smash him up. Hey! Goodbye, fucking wankers, honestly. You're not welcome.
The shop denies any involvement in the alleged assaults. Newsnight understands the situation is now resolved.
I'm looking at some donations to get me some funding for a couple of tickets down London.
John Lawrence is an example of what some have called a PayPal patriot. Asking for donations is pretty common in a world where rallies, protests and much else are live streamed.
Right, here's Anne Soubry. So why are you calling for a second vote?
James Goddard is a high-profile yellow vest protester who's often communicating on social media. He's on bail for his part in what happened outside Parliament to the MP Anna Soubry, amongst others.
Traitor to the British people. You might as well start doing your Hitler salute now, you Nazi.
This may have caused mainstream revulsion, but online, high-profile and controversial interactions get more views from followers.
So I don't like asking for money. I have a donor box set up on my Twitter page.
We need to carry on hitting the streets. Number one, I'm unemployable at the moment. Number two, I have been...
Unemployable why? Unemployable why?
Well, we know. But listen.
Because you called someone a Nazi.
Because I called someone a Nazi. This was before this, anyway. So my problem... So everybody that wants to support my work, I don't beg for it. People ask me and say, can we support you in any way? So, of course, I'm going to accept it. We've got people...
What are you spending it on? You get paid.
None of your business. I have to raise money at the moment because I've got legal fees to fund. No one's paying my legal fees, are they? So now I've got to because of the persecution. It is persecution by the British. My mum has now got panic alarms fitted in her house. My stepdad has had to give his guns away. He's had to sign them over because they were threatening to revoke his licence. So my family are now being targeted because I've approached an MP.
So, yeah, if people...
Do you regret reproaching him?
No, why would I? There's a massive double standard in this country. It's huge.
So you're saying this group is not linked to the far right to extreme right?
What would you define as far right? Somebody that stands up for their country?
Not far right,
There's,
no.
there's nobody that's got any far right linked to it. I'm not far right. I vote Tory. So how am I far right?
Just to say, I've always been proud to be British.
James Goddard regularly shares platforms with Tracy Blackwell as she talks about the crash that killed her son and his friends. The belief the truth was covered up fuels the Yellow Vest protests. This is what Mr. Goddard told us about it.
It has all the hallmarks, for me, in my personal opinion, of a terror attack. You look at it, you look at the fact that 3 boys were brutally mowed down, 2 were missed. Then we've seen the driver run off, then we've seen the passenger run off, and then we've not seen justice.
How does that have the hallmarks of a terrorist attack?
Okay, so how many cars have been mounting pavements in Europe over the past 5 years? How many?
In the absence of independent...
You look at it, you look at the fact that 3 boys were brutally mowed down, 2 were missed. Then we've seen the driver run off, then we've...
James Goddard regularly shares platforms with Tracy Blackwell as she talks about the crash that killed her son and his friends. The belief the truth was covered up fuels the Yellow Vest protests. This is what Mr. Goddard told us about it.
It has all the hallmarks, for me, in my personal opinion, of a terror attack. You look at it, you look at the fact that 3 boys were brutally mowed down, 2 were missed. Then we've seen the driver run off, then we've seen the passenger run off, and then we've not seen justice.
How does that have the hallmarks of a terrorist attack?
Okay, so how many cars have been mounting pavements in Europe over the past 5 years? How many?
In the absence of independent expertise, ambiguous language can keep theories swirling online and off. In Tommy Robinson's video about the boys' deaths, he couches his words carefully, but it is his floating that something isn't right that travels.
If this was a terrorist attack, and if this was a cover-up, we could be looking at so many more terrorist attacks than we ever could have imagined. And that is a worrying thought.
They said they lost control of the car, but he drove down the path from here to that bridge in a straight line, and he only hit something when one of the boys run his bonnet and blocked his view. That's when he ran into the lamppost.
Fighting for justice, discussing the 3 children that were murdered in London on the 26th of January this year by terrorists.
We showed some of the claims made online about the incident to the solicitor who represented Janesh Chudasama, the driver of the car.
I've seen him on numerous occasions in prison, and he's constantly telling me to pass messages on to the family of the bereaved.
What sorts of things does he want the families of the poor boys
in? That
have sparked unsubstantiated conspiracies online, potentially sowing discord on the streets.
Whether we're looking at far-right extremism or Islamist extremism, both of them use conspiracy theories to manipulate the narrative. It's very difficult to combat conspiracy theories. In fact, the harder you try to combat conspiracy theories, the more resolute people become in their belief of them, because your attempts to combat them becomes part of the conspiracy.
So far, it is their donning of yellow vests that is the most obvious sign of unity among those who may be far right. Any threat is still dwarfed by that of Islamist terrorism. But as Brexit D-Day approaches, amidst widespread discontent, those who might seek to exploit it sense a rare opportunity.
Oh,
Hi, Tubes.
Yeah. Dropped out, in again, dropped out, in again. It's internet connection still. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, so what they did was they played 4 minutes of that video, right? To use as some sort of evidence that the mainstream media are liars. But one thing they weren't lying about was when they called James Goddard far right.
Well, yeah, it's not a lie. They can't say that it's a lie because James Goddard admits he's far right. I mean, he said he's not ashamed of it. We see that the other day. Do you remember you played the clip where... Yeah, so anyone who's claiming, oh, they shouldn't be saying that they're far right, need to get the red out their arse because he's blatantly saying that he is.
And plus that little piece there, Jupiter, was more or less saying that the cause itself is a hotbed for the far right to infiltrate.
Well, yes, because they're welcome into it.
Yeah. And I did find it quite funny that they only played 4 minutes of it. Now I know why, because the rest of it, they were on about John Lawrence, and then obviously they got on about him, Goddard, the liar. Quite interesting. I don't know. I mean, I could never figure out what the yellow vests were about, to be honest. They seem to be standing for so much that I just lost interest in it. I mean, you know, was it going to be standing up for Baker Cake Day at one point? I don't know. But it took away, for me, it like took the whole thing away from the actual cause for justice, for the 3 boys.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think all this stuff to do with the extreme right, and James Goddard is extreme right. With him marching up and down, being racist to police officers, being racist to that bloke that was against Brexit, that black bloke, I can't remember his name, Femi, I think it was, saying Caraba. All his acts of aggression, offering people out fights, because that's been caught on more than one occasion as well. Come over here then. The way they mocked that bloke that was standing outside the Houses of Parliament, all of that stuff took away from and detracted from the actual cause of getting justice for the 3 boys. Now, I believe everybody's equal and everyone should be treated equal under the law. And so for me, that would include racists, Wendy. I know people on the left are not going to like that. It's the truth. Even racists deserve to get proper justice. So really, it shouldn't cloud things, but unfortunately it does. That's the reality we live in. Do you know what I mean? And
Well,
I think,
yeah.
I think if they'd have just maintained on getting justice for the children and not tried to make it an issue that was either right or left, especially when you want the public to stand behind you, you would have had a better chance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think it's still not too late, but I think the cause needs to be taken up by the other families and not Tracy.
Yeah, because she's gone down a path she should never have gone down. Plus they're all liars. I'm sorry, but since yesterday, I've had a complete change about all liars. And Goddard keeps saying he's got evidence. I've got evidence. I've got evidence. I got evidence. Well, I'm now saying, show me the evidence then, because you haven't got nothing. You've got no evidence about the money, and you've got no evidence about Ian Rice. But he keeps saying on his streams that he does, you see, Jupiter.
Yeah, he hasn't got evidence. Otherwise, he would have shown the evidence and not detracted to making it look like we're attacking the cause when we're not attacking the cause, and detracting and going straight on about the cause when he knows full well that most people are not having a go at Tracy's cause because her child did get murdered, and so did the children. And them reducing the length of time is the first thing that's out of order. But there is other stuff to suggest that there was some kind of miscarriage of justice. There is definitely that. And there has been no explanation of a motive.
No. Well, as horrible as it sounds, because, in accidents, collisions, there normally isn't a motive. But as for the other side that people go down, that it was a deliberate act, as you said, that no one said why it was a deliberate act. Did this guy know these young lads? Was there something going on in the town? Do you know what I mean? None of that's come up.
Because Tracy Blackwell is consistently saying that she's not saying it's a terrorist attack and it's not a Muslim. That other people might have said that, but she doesn't. So if she doesn't think that, what does she think?
Well, she wrote in the chat tonight, it was neither a Hindu or a drunk driver.
So now she's saying that it is Muslim again.
That's what she wrote.
So then she's making herself a liar by saying all this time, I don't believe that. If she did believe that, she should have just stuck to her guns.
So, yeah, John, when you're going through your little chat, yeah, when you're going through your chat and you see that comment, you might want to, like, delete it or something because it was definitely there because I saw it. In fact, he put it up on the screen. Yeah, it was neither a Hindu or a drunk driver. Hello, Busker.
Hi, Wendy. How are you? Hi, Jupiter.
Fine, love. Yeah, fine. How are you?
So I'm fine. So we can't go into too much details of what I've sent to you, but you've watched it.
Well, no, we've already. Yeah, we're not going into detail at all. No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you've watched it, and you now know that I haven't lied about a lot of stuff now. Is that correct?
Yeah. You've not. You've told the truth, Busker.
Yeah, I am a truth teller. I'm sorry, it has to be told.
Yeah, you told
the possibility now, like you said, Jupiter, those boys may never ever get justice, and that is now being blamed on me. But I'm sorry, that's not my fault.
No, it's not your fault. No,
it's not your fault, Busker. Look, I know we can't go into detail, so I've got to be careful how I say it. But let's put it this way: if there is any evidence to suggest that it was some form of attack because of political motivations, we are never going to see justice for those boys be done because the mother, who has been blatantly asked, do you believe it was a Muslim, has denied that she believes it's a Muslim, even though giving off signals that she does believe that it was a Muslim. Now, if I'm not saying that I agree with her, by the way, I'm just talking subjectively. If she does believe that it was a Muslim terrorist attack or for political reasons, she should have been able to say, yes, I do believe that, and these are my reasons. And she should have just stuck to that. And she would have seen justice. However, she consistently says, no, that's not what she believes, whilst letting other people allude to it, whilst letting other people come forward saying he was a Sikh, which I believe he was a Sikh, but that doesn't mean that he couldn't agree with other political groups. I mean, we've got black NF members, we've got Chinese NF members in this country.
in that video I just played, Amy was in there, and she said on the video that the woman, the reporter, said he was Hindu, and she goes, yes, probably is it a convert or a revert?
Yeah, convert.
Yeah. Do you see how the minds think? So although he was a Hindu, he couldn't just be a Hindu. He had to have converted to being to Islam.
But everyone, Wendy, everyone who says that they've investigated this case privately or looked into it themselves, everyone has said they found no evidence of it being a terror attack.
Right. So if it's not a terror attack, and they believe it wasn't just a drunk driver, because tonight I've seen on the other show where they say that the man was in control, he went up the curb, he drove 60 meters. Right now, I'm just a layman. I listen to that and I think, well, if you maneuvered up the curb via a slope, a drop curb, he maneuvered up via a drop curb. if he did that and then he went 60 meters, then that does sound a bit suspect. I've got to give him that. That does sound a bit suspect. But then if it was a deliberate mow down, for what? If they're saying it's not terrorism, for what? And we're not being given any alternative motive or anything to suggest that it could be anything other than an accident at this stage.
Well, Jupiter, how could he have driven in a straight line when he had been in a Tesco car park for 2 hours drinking alcohol and smoking dope?
What the crash report said, and I've noticed the wording in it, there is no physical evidence. And what they mean is the fact that when they've looked at the CCTV or something, they're looking for physical evidence of him losing control of the car, right? That doesn't mean he didn't lose control of the car.
Yeah. Well,
they haven't said. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't know how you would work that out, because just by observation. Because, for instance, people have had heart attacks at the wheel. Okay. It's quite. It's funny actually, because the two most recent ones have been in dustbin men. But there was one recently where I live. Now, when you lose control, you can still drive in a straight line.
Oh yeah.
It's not like the car's going to weave all over the place, because what happens is the leg will jam in a permanent position.
Oh yeah, and when you clip a curb, I don't know if you've ever clipped the curb when you're driving, Jupiter, right? Or busker. When you clip a curb and you go up onto the say the grassy area, it's very frightening. And just for that split second, it takes you to get control of the car again and get back on the road, right? So that's for someone that's not drunk. So if you're like incapacitated by alcohol, I can imagine that it's going to take a lot longer for you to get control of that car again.
Yeah. But I mean, see, even by us just talking, there's so many questions that get thrown up that I do think really that they do deserve another court case. I've never said that I'm not behind them getting another court case, because I am. I am behind them having it reinvestigated. I do think
I think the problem lies in they want it. It's not. I mean, it could take 20 years.
Yeah.
But the trick is not. Well, obviously they're never going to give up. Who would? But not to get involved with nefarious people, and that won't really do your cause for justice any good.
No. And the other thing I don't like is them trying to, the mainstream media also are trying to bring Tommy into it. And this really is nothing to do with Tommy or Tommy's supporters. People really need to understand that this is more extreme right people, and that it's them that seem to be swarming around Tracy, not Tommy supporters.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy walked away from it. Right at the beginning, didn't he? Made that little video, then he went to jail, and then I don't think he's bothered since, has he? No. Who we got here then? Danny. Oh, it's Danny. Hello, Danny.
You're right. Oh, it's Danny. That sounded bad, that did, wasn't it?
I was looking at your screen. I could just see it. Yeah. It's Danny and his fish.
Yeah.
Yes, Busker,
I've had plenty of arguments with Tracy, bless her. Not arguments, I say discussions. And she won't still to this day reword it to say it's not terror. She still sticks to it, even today, right now. If you're listening, Tracy, I know you're listening, you still think it's terror. All I want, the same as all of us in this room want, is evidence of that. If we have evidence of it, I will back you. I will be there at your court. I will be stamping. I'll put banners up. I'll do everything behind you. But I don't see no evidence of terror. I see evidence of murder. I see that. But I don't see terror. And that's all I wanted to say, Wendy. Sorry for putting in.
No, that's fine.
But I want the law changed. I want the law changed. I want it reinvestigated. I think he got let off for 13 years. What a fucking disgrace.
Well, he got 9 in the end because 10. They dropped it to 10.
Disgrace, absolute fucking disgrace for 3 kids, man. You're mad. That's just ridiculous. So yeah, I want it reinvestigated. I want it redone. I want it looked at if he was into some sort of gang-related shit, some sort of whatever was going on. You know, it could be ex-girlfriends, could be anything at that age. You know what I mean? And nothing was investigated that way. So I agree with Tracy that way. But what I don't agree with Tom Robinson and Tracy, everyone else got this Muslim terror shit. No, where is this terror crap?
Well, I think the whole, whole families have been wiped out in certain car collisions.
Yeah.
And namely by lorry drivers on motorways. And, the sentences they've got, unbelievably low, 5 years, 6 years. Yeah. And they've wiped whole families out.
Yeah.
So I think that law needs to change.
Yeah,
it really does.
Yeah. To me, a car is as good as a gun, if that makes sense. It's like, if you've got to fire a gun and kill someone, then this is good. You should get the same sort of charges as running someone or killing someone. Whether it be for negligence, I get that. I do get negligence. I understand that. But either way, it's still taking someone's life.
Yeah, of course.
More seriously, man.
And for anyone who drives, we all know what some lorry drivers can be like.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, in the last 5 years, I've known of 5 whole families being completely wiped out by lorry drivers who were either on the phone at the time.
Laptops.
Or laptops.
Yeah, watching movies as they drive.
Yeah. Or overtired because they took that thing out that reads how long they've been driving for.
Yeah, and the foreign ones as well. I mean, people working abroad, but they come to this country delivering stuff. They've got different tachometers, they've got different rules.
That's right, yeah. In fact, there was one about 2 years ago. He was he was Polish. And he was on his phone to Poland, ringing his family. Yeah. And he didn't see the little car with 3 children in the back and the 2 parents in the front are completely wiped out. And he got 5 years in jail.
That's ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. It's embarrassing, isn't it? It's embarrassing. Yeah. That's our system.
I think the whole law around that should be changed. And people may learn to drive more carefully. Who knows?
Well, hope so. But yeah, you're right. And I mean, it's an accident, a drunken accident, drunken, whatever. But either way, if there's acts of murder or acts of intention, premeditated, then yes, it should be. He should have a massive sentence, man.
You wrote in the comments on Goddard. I don't know if you saw Goddard's stream.
Yeah.
That it was neither Hindu or a drunk driver.
Yeah, which made me laugh. Because it
was
you
saw that? Ah, good.
Yeah, I did see it by Tracy. Yep. It was her account. I did click it as well and check it. It was her account as well. It wasn't someone else. Focus or whatever. But yeah, she said it. But she just needs to come out. I had a debate with her nearly a year ago. You just got to come out and clear it, man. Just put. I'll behind you all the way. I'm the only video out there that's got the fucking petition on it. Can you believe that? Do you know where to get the petition from? Have you signed the petition, Wendy? Have you signed the petition to get the law changed? No, you don't even know about it. Jupiter, no. No one even knows about it. You're like,
apparently they're not doing that anymore.
Well, why? Why not? That's the way.
Because they've learned. Apparently, they've had an epiphany that apparently they've learned that these petitions don't work. Well, if you get enough names, right? Along, let me get this right, or you put me right.
100,000, Wendy. 100,000.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
It was 200,000. It's dropped about 10 years ago. It dropped to 100,000. and it has to get now mentioned in Parliament. It has to get mentioned at least.
That's it. Has to. Yeah.
Yep, has to get talked about. Well, Tracy Blackwell's petition is only 30,000, I think, or 40,000. It's not 100,000. So that to me is like, well, 140,000 means jack shit. You need 100,000 to get talked in Parliament, at least. But if we all pushed it, if we was all behind her right now, knowing it wasn't terrorism, it was the law needs changing, and it does. Let's be honest, we all know it does, man. And we'd all be able to push it and get on it, and there'd be well more than 100,000 signatures. There'd be fucking a million signatures.
Yeah, of course.
She hasn't gone that way. She's gone the right wing, Muslim terrorist, and whatever the fuck. God knows why. But sadly, she believes that half of Westminster's full of paedophiles as well. So that don't help. You know what I mean? All that sort of shit. SRA and God knows what. She believes fucking. I won't be surprised if she believes the Earth is flat. That wouldn't shock me.
Oh, right. Okay.
She's gone that way. She's been. You know, she's a victim at the time. She was vulnerable, wasn't she? She lost her children, or lost a child. She's vulnerable, right? When you're vulnerable, all these scammers just jump all over you.
Oh, they do.
And that's exactly what they did to her. They jumped all over her, man. And she ain't got a clue where to turn anymore. She ain't got a clue who to believe, what to believe, or fuck all, bless her. And I wish everyone just leave her alone, let her grieve, let her go on with it, and just drop all the fucking asking for money for whatever, and just get the law changed. Let's push to get the law changed. Simple, isn't it, really?
But I think she's at the stage now where she doesn't want to be left alone.
I agree with that. Well, because the money.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, but she's enjoying the attention. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
to say
the attention, the money. I mean, God no. I got told £70,000 by a girl in Scotland who exposed it about 6 months ago, 70 odd grand, and that was about 6 months ago. So what it is nowadays, I don't know. I don't want John Lawrence on about 30 grand. I'd like to see that. Because I've been told many other people it's well over that. Who knows? Who cares? To be honest, it doesn't really matter. It's not my business what she's raised. It's where it goes. What she can, not what she's raised. You know what I mean? If you raised £1 million, so good luck to you. Fair play to you. But make sure it goes in the right way. Make sure it goes to the right places. Don't sniff up your nose. You know, don't sniff up your nose.
Well, after the evidence I've heard. I'm sorry, Goddard, but you're a fucking liar. And if you've got any evidence against Mr. Rice, please bring it forward. I'd like to fucking see it. So I don't believe you've got any.
Yeah, I'm about here thinking, Wendy, that he thinks he's got evidence on saying Mr. White's some sort of kiddie groomer or something.
A paedophile.
Yeah, where is this evidence? I mean, surely it should be at police. I don't want to see it online, but surely it should be at the police station if there's evidence of it.
Well, no, apparently they don't go to the police because they're working class, so they deal with it their way.
Yeah, it's a lie. If they're not going to go to the police and they're going to act like Black Lives Matter and all their following, where they say snitches get stitches, then I'm sorry, right? These people are fucking off their deluded heads.
Yes.
Because the whole reason why people get upset about grooming gangs is not because we don't want police, but because the police didn't do their job.
Yeah. You're bang on. They were scared to do it.
The police are there for a reason.
They were scared to do it. Honestly, I know because I've asked the question. I'm in Telford, right? Yeah, I think you all know that by now. I'm in Telford. We've been going on for years here, and I asked the questions to these police officers and social services, which were my family. We were family, and they're in my friendship. You know, they're in the circle. I know people who work at social services. I know people who work at police. I know these people. I asked the questions. What the fuck went on? What were you doing? And they told me individually. They told me we were scared. We didn't know what the fuck to do. We could have lost our job, being racist and all sort of shit. It was really weird back then, Lyndon, or Danny, Lyndon, whatever. It was back then. It was really weird. It's different now. I can now have confidence to know I can, yes, say there's a grooming gang in Wellington, Pakistani, and not be sacked for it. You know, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, they'd have been sacked for that shit.
Yeah, you'd lose your job, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and it's wrong, but that's the facts. They're the facts. That's what they told me anyway. That's what they told me anyway. I don't know. I've got a bit of evidence of it, but that's what they said to me. I'm like, shit, man, that's a different ballgame. If you're going to lose, because they got mortgages, you know, they got kids, they got a life like everyone else. They can't afford to get sacked, so they just ignored it, and they admits it. You know, my mate admitted it. Yeah, I ignored it. I should never have ignored it. I feel guilty for it. I should never have done it, but I did. I thought of myself and not them, and that's human nature, really, I suppose.
Yeah, but you know, it's not good to have a far right activist, completely far right activist, you know, talking about your cause for justice. It's not good. It'll stop her from getting anywhere. I mean, you were saying tonight, oh, we don't follow the same politics.
Yeah.
No one cares. The fact you're even involved in it is enough to put people off.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all know that James Goddard is a Mark Collins supporter. Do we all know that? Or do you not know that?
Yeah, he's actually, his views are very, very far right.
Very far right, yeah. Very, very far right. Yeah, I've had many run-ins with Goddard plenty of times because of his far right views. And obviously the Blackwell case, as I call it. Josh and Harry and George case.
Johnny Reggae, I think the boys do get justice. I do think there's a case there for justice.
Yeah,
I think that Tracy made the right move by aligning herself with James Goddard. I think maybe in the first place going to Tommy Robinson wasn't such a bad move, but unfortunately, because he got put in prison, that got halted, and bitterness and whatever. I don't know. I don't understand her motives. She decided to go with the extreme right. Tommy's not extreme right. People can say he is, but he's not. She decided to go with the extreme right, and unfortunately, the extreme right have rinsed out most understanding that the wider public would have given her, because they're so biased in their views. In fact, they're vile in their views.
Yeah, they are.
James Goddard has got very, very disgusting views. So disgusting that tonight on his show, he's had to make it clear that Tracy Goddard and James Lawrence don't share his views. So we know how vile his views are.
Yeah. Yeah. Tracy Blackwell. Sorry, John Goddard. Tracy Blackwell. Yeah, you're right. She doesn't follow the Mark Collett thing. I agree with her there. She doesn't follow that. Doesn't at all. But either way, she's got.
You're actually wrong. We had Atheist Steve on here the other day, a gentleman that I actually trust. I've met him in person, and I know that he's a good person, who told us that Tracy approached him at the park in Hyde Park, and asked him to pass on her contact details.
You, Jason. Sorry,
It is me, Wendy. I've got,
okay. Sorry, Jason. So those details were passed on to Tommy Robinson, and then Tommy got in contact with Tracy. Because Tracy requested it, Tommy Gunn.
Yeah.
Something you just said that I've got to correct you on slightly. It's not your fault for getting something wrong, but you said about Tracy moving away from Tommy to move towards the far right for support. It was actually the other way around. What actually happened is Tommy met with the family, the driver's family. And when
the driver's family.
Yeah, what actually happened is Tommy was supporting Tracy
based
on the belief that it was a terror attack, and that's how it was put to him. You know, and we all know that Tommy is all about. So we know that Tommy, anything that's Islam or Muslim related,
he's there.
Yeah, you know, because that's his genre. That's his thing. You know. Well, when Tommy found out after a meeting with the family that they were Hindus and it wasn't a terror attack, Tommy then just pulled away his support for the whole campaign that Tracy had. But he didn't go vocal and public about doing that, because being a grieving mother, it would have looked really bad. It would have been spun that he'd dropped a grieving mother, and so he had the awareness to know that it would look really bad doing that, and therefore didn't go public saying, I'm no longer supporting Tracy. He just stopped supporting her, you know.
Can I just say, the reason why I went public...
This is why Tracy hates Tommy, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, right. That adds up then.
Yeah.
Jupiter. Is she there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So that adds up, doesn't it? Because I couldn't quite figure out why she hated Tommy the way she does.
Yeah, it's why James and Tracy initially hated Tommy, because he wasn't the supporter they hoped he would be, because he went and did his homework and realised he'd been taken advantage of. You know?
Can I just say that's why?
Did Tommy ever get to talk to any of the other parents?
I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing he did because they was on stage at one point, weren't they? So I'm sure he would have done. But I imagine Tracy.
Not all, but they weren't all on one page.
You see, that's
At the Day for Freedom event, James and Tracy was on stage with the other families next to them, so they would have met each other at some point.
Yeah, but I'm saying, did they let Tracy be the spokesperson? Because that appears to be.
Well, that seems to be the way it is. Yeah.
That she took over and sort of like spoke for all the others. I mean, they make it. James and that put it across as if the other families let Tracy do all the work. But from what I observe, it's almost like she speaks up and pushes herself forward a little bit more.
Took over.
But I mean, I have got my reasons for asking that question, but obviously I can't put out there why I'm asking that.
No.
Do you know
asking it, Wendy, though, don't you?
Yeah, of course I do.
So Nicola
and Dawn, isn't it? These are the two mothers, I think.
Sarah, Nicola and Sarah.
Nicola and Sarah.
Who's Dawn then? Is that a sister? Is that a sister of Joffrey's then or something? And
who?
Two. Dawn. I've got a Dawn on my head at the moment, and this is like 2 years ago. I was into this back then. I've not even touched Black Rock for months and months and months and months and months. So I forgot half of it. But I'm pretty sure it was a Dawn. Nicola and Dawn was on the stage for that.
And everybody that's around Tracy now, they all hate Tommy Robinson.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people hate Tommy Robinson. A lot of people like him. That's just the way it is. I like him. I like him.
I can't hear. Danny's muffled for me. Can you hear me?
Danny, you're a bit muffled, love.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Let's move the mic a bit closer to my head. Yeah, I believe I like Tommy, what he did. I like what Tommy did, exposing all the grooming stuff and that. I got respect for Tommy. He's made loads of money out of it. Yeah, that's his business. He's the one who's put his head above the parapet, not me. That's how I look at it.
When I speak, it's not to defend Tommy. At the end of the day, Tommy's big enough to defend himself. I am a supporter of Tommy. I don't think that he's ever done the stuff that he's been accused of doing. I've never ever seen any evidence of the mainstream media being correct where he's concerned, to be honest. I think they're very, very biased. I always ask the question, why are they so biased against Tommy, but they don't seem to be going on Mark Collett or even people like James Goddard as much. I mean, maybe that James Goddard's coming to light a little bit now, but they seem to be on Tommy's case all the time and don't really worry about the really extreme people. And I just wonder why. I wonder if it's because actually Tommy does have a huge following and they're more scared of what he could do politically to redress balance.
Tommy has Tommy is the clown. Idiots. Mark Collett is in national action. He is on the prescribed register, right? For basically because the groups he was in were threatening to kill black people and stuff like that. No one's going to listen to these people. They're clowns. They're idiots. Tommy actually had a real cause. He knew what he was talking about. He lived it in his hometown. People were able to listen to him and get the truth. And they're frightened of him delivering the truth because it goes against everything that the media's ever told everybody, which is that the mainstream media lies.
What made you change your mind, Busker, about Tommy? Because you was a big supporter years ago. What made you change your mind?
He's still a supporter.
Oh, no, I still support Tommy. Why did you say that?
Even today, you still support him all the way through, yeah? Everything he's done has all been good. Everything, yeah.
Yeah, I still believe he was persecuted. I got people to say what had he done so terribly bad that they wanted to try to shut him out. Well, he told the truth.
Yeah, I'm just asking. I'm trying to be the devil's advocate, but I agree with you. Actually, I'm on your side here. I'm just trying to be devil's advocate here. Go, why do you sort of believe him? That's all.
And Wendy, Wendy, did you say you read the collision report?
No, I don't have the collision report, but I've heard it read out.
I've heard. Yeah. Do you know when the driver applied the brakes? Because I've heard differing comments on that, whether he did or didn't apply the brakes.
I could share a screen and give you a website which will debunk everything that Blackwell had led you to believe.
Tracy,
Okay, well, do that then.
Yeah, Tracy says the brakes wasn't applied, but I've heard people saying that there's evidence saying that they was. But then, if it was a terror attack, what terrorist puts the brakes on? You know,
I've never heard the brakes mentioned once.
I have heard it mentioned a few times. So I don't know whether we can look into that and find out.
That was my query, actually, Jason. What was my query is how come the guy didn't do his brakes? That's what I queried. That's what made me think it was like a murder.
I've heard that he did, but not until the very last minute. And then you had the solicitor.
Yeah, according to the witness statement. Yeah.
Yeah, you had that solicitor.
The witness statement.
Danny, the driver solicitor also talking about how the driver was drunk and on dope. So was that something that came up in the court, that the driver was drunk, and was there any evidence that he was drunk?
Apparently there was evidence of the driver sitting in a car park getting drunk and drinking.
Yeah, but I mean, what I get,
it was actually 4 hours.
Yeah, what I understand it as being is that he was drunk, but he wasn't breathalyzed, so therefore it can be claimed that he wasn't a drunk driver. But then
I don't believe he wasn't breathalyzed. I'm sorry. What, the way the police are? Even if he wasn't breathalyzed, I bet they took blood samples, and that would have told them.
He ran off. He ran off from the scene.
Yeah, but he was caught within minutes by the lads that were with the other lads.
I have heard Tracy say it wasn't drink driving in the case.
Yeah, she said it tonight.
But then the solicitor said, when he done the interview you played it a few nights ago, and the solicitor was saying that the guy was drunk and they'd been smoking dope.
Yeah.
For 2 hours in the Tesco car.
Two things is incorrect. Who do we believe? Tracy saying he wasn't drunk, or his solicitor saying he was drunk?
I believe he was drinking. There's enough evidence to prove that he was drinking. There was independent witnesses that see him drinking previously to him going on.
Well, the alcohol was found in the car.
Yeah, so
this driver acting like a complete idiot, driving too fast in a car he can't control, because it wasn't even his car. He borrowed the car, so he wasn't even familiar with the car, you know. And if he's driving at a crazy speed on a road that he's not got that speed on, and he's drunk and he's been smoking dope, he's showing off to his mate in the passenger seat, you know, overtaking a car, you know, doing overtakes that he shouldn't do, then it's not beyond the realms of imagination to think that he could lose control of the car. That's what the driver that he overtook said, that the car overtook him and then he saw the car lose control. So that's what the driver said that was in the car that got overtaken.
Oh, okay.
The lad overtook him and then lost control. So in my mind, I can picture a car whizzing past me and then spinning out.
Oh, yeah, so can I, quite easily.
I can imagine that. You know, we've all seen kids, boy racers go flying past you and then they've had to get in at the last minute and then they've swerved a little bit and they've cut really, really tight getting in.
Well, for me, Jason, I just think that there's enough questions.
Of course there is. I mean, no one knows, we don't know all the details, but it's definitely a bit weird, isn't it?
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's enough questions where it doesn't make sense, but for it to be reinvestigated or looked at. But like Wendy says, that will take years. I mean, if they want that kind of justice, they want a reinvestigation, that could take years. They probably are better off just saying that they want to get justice that for not having the sentence reduced, it shouldn't have been reduced, and go against that and argue that, because that they might find ways of getting the law changed and whatnot. But he has been put in prison. He has got 9 years. I mean,
well, as I was saying earlier, love, there's whole families get wiped out on the motorway every day by lorry drivers, especially, and they get 5 years, 4 years. You know, that whole thing needs to be looked at and changed.
Yeah, I think she would have been far better off doing a campaign like that. I
Yeah.
think if they had and they still do. I mean, there's still a chance that they can keep on fighting for justice, but it will take years. But I don't think doing it through the extreme right is the answer. I really don't think that, because you're not going to get the mass of the population support you if they think that you're a roaring racist and that you might be doing it. Because if she's genuine, you would be doing it because you want justice for your kids. You wouldn't be doing it because of the colour of the person's skin. And that's what she's given people avenue to say that's what it's down to, her dislike of Muslims, unfortunately. And I'm not saying she doesn't like Muslims. I'm saying the people around her are roaring racists, and therefore it rubs off, doesn't it? It's not fair
yeah,
that people do that, but it's true.
Well, I tried to point out to her, Jupiter. I pulled her aside. I had words with her about this, and she took no notice of me whatsoever.
Okay, guys, what evidence is there, if any, that Tracy had far right views before this happened? Because if a person has far right views, and I've heard all the rumours that Tracy had ex-husbands or partners that were involved in the National Front and all this. I've not seen evidence of that, but I've heard this being spoken about. Now, if a person's connected with the National Front and they've got far right views,
if you look at the screen,
hang on. And then their son gets killed by a driver that's Asian, it's not hard to imagine that even mother would think it was an Asian driver, that was a hit and run, that was a terror attack, that was a Muslim, you know. Doesn't mean just because they're Asian doesn't mean they're Muslim or a terrorist.
During the time of it happening, it's not hard to imagine that someone would jump to that assumption at first.
So is there any evidence that Tracy was connected prior to the boys being killed?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't found any.
That would support. And you're right. You couldn't blame a person for jumping to accusations when they're
there is. It's all on the website.
Doesn't make it right to do that, but I can understand it happening. You know.
Yeah. I don't think there's any evidence.
It's all here, Jason. It's all here. It's all on the website.
Not that I can that I've seen. I haven't seen any evidence to say.
Can't read that very well, Danny.
The only bit of evidence, the really good bit of evidence, was that message left on YouTube, but was supposed to be put there by her first husband. That was 6 months before I left the Yellow Vest, and that was 6 months after I saw that. Was when I left, and that had been there for 6 months at that point. And I was gobsmacked because I already found out at that point that there were connections with the National Front. And her first husband's claiming in this post 6 months ago that she had an affair with a member of the National Front.
Okay,
yeah, but having with the National Front doesn't mean that. Look, do you know how many of far right people there are that their wives are actually left leaning? You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
Is this screen share from Danny? Because maybe Danny can talk us through what he's showing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Do you want to talk us through what you're showing us here, Danny? Because I can't really see it too well either. It's a bit small.
Danny?
I think
if you go to this website, right, called Fighting for Justice. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, cutting out a bit.
You're breaking up, Danny, because where your screen sharing is affecting your internet.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can.
Yeah, I think I've got internet speed. Yeah, but what I just shared you it's called Fighting for Justice 1, as in number 1, .wordpress.com. And if you go there, you'll find all the questions that you want answering. It's all there, literally. Now, what Tracy Blackwell reads out about the driver didn't have control is correct. That is correct. But if what they don't show you is the bit underneath that, and it means when he clicked the curb, he lost control. It says that in the report, but they won't read that out for you. They're not going to read that bit. You're joking. Not a chance. Are they going to read that out? They'll read you the bit they want to read. Now, the witness who he actually overtook between the two bollards outside the service station, he actually overtook someone, and the witness said he lost control after he overtook me. So the witness says he lost control. The police report says he lost control after he overtook.
Yeah.
But they both said lost control. Now, my question was, he didn't brake. To me, that is the only thing that queries my mind. Is, you know what? Why didn't you brake? If you hit something, your natural reaction is, it doesn't matter how drunk you are, it doesn't matter how stoned you are, if you're driving and you hit something, your natural reaction is to brake. And he didn't brake, is what the report says. So that is a query. The only query I have is that. Nothing else, really. Everything else to me is plausible and explainable.
What's it called? Fighting for Justice 1?
Yeah, Fighting for Justice 1.wordpress.com. I can put a link into the thing if you want. I can do that, that's easy. But for some reason, when I share screen, it's gone really slow. I don't know why. If I share the link into the inside chat.
That can happen sometimes. I think when you screen share, it uses more internet, so it affects your.
And this is what people need to remember. Somebody's just wrote in the side chat, and I actually agree with them. It's not Tracy Blackwell's case. It's the Free Boys case.
It's all right, Donnie. I've got it. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
This is not about getting justice for Tracy Blackwell. This is about getting justice for the boys, for the victims.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, well said, Jupiter. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we do lose track what it's all about, and you're right, Jupiter, to mention that. We do lose track what it's all about, and it is about the boys, huh? Maybe you can share it better, Wendy.
In the evidence that we see, what was said in the courtroom, Wendy, that was interesting.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's on that website as well. All the transcripts, Wendy, on that website as well, in the courtroom.
Oh, right.
I've known about the website for about 18 months. Easy. 18 months that's been available.
Okay, so.
Yeah, Danny, do you happen to know why the case was closed for 30 years? Why did they close it?
No, I don't. I haven't seen that. Where's the evidence for that?
I couple that evidence came from, I think, live streams actually, where they said that they couldn't pursue it anymore because it closed for years.
I've got my own. I can guess why that might have happened, but it's only a guess. Only my opinion on why they might have done that. But with all the media coverage and all the fundraising and all the Yellow Vest movement in London and all the pressure to call out a terror attack when there's no evidence in court that suggests it was a terror attack, they always want to close down anything on terror attacks because they don't want media turning the public into a frenzy. You know, so we know that they try and silence and shut down anything terror related, don't we? You know, they want to lock it away, throw away the key, and we'll let the dust settle. You know, so in a way, by calling it out as a terror attack, that's probably hindered the case.
Yeah, well, that's what we're trying to say.
If they hadn't done that, if they hadn't gone down that far, it probably wouldn't be. Because I mean, when was if it was being looked at like a drink driver or a careless driving or anything else apart from terror, they wouldn't lock it away for 30 years. They never do. You know, it's because of what it got.
Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence in this 30-year thing that you're on about?
Well, I mean,
if you tell me someone said on live, I'll laugh at you.
We need to look into that because it might not even be true.
That's the point. Yeah, yeah.
It might just be.
I would definitely look into that. I would definitely. I don't believe a word of that at all. 30 years now.
Kai Kerry said that it's even been said. Who's she? Because I don't want to say Tracy if it's not Tracy Kai. But she even said she doesn't know if it's the actual driver that's been locked up. What?
Yeah, well, that's just, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Hey, her head's not right at the moment, bless her. I don't think so anyway. She still hasn't grieved, I think. She still hasn't.
The Clown World just said the allegation is that the passenger was an MI5 asset, a supergrass, and that's why they locked his files for 30 years.
The Clown World, who actually said that? Who said it? Was it probably Goddard or fucking Blackwell? Probably one of them two said it. And that don't mean nothing, to be fair. Because they said it don't mean shit. I could say now that fucking the grass is blue. It means shit.
Which
Okay,
one?
I will check, Kai, because I did receive that.
Where do I go now?
Well, I did email you back. My email back, Kai. Wendy, Kai said she sent us something, and
Oh.
I shared
it'd be
that
nice.
with you. I sent it to you.
Because that would make me question it. If someone could show me evidence of saying, look, it's been locked up for 30 years, then I myself would go, what? What? Hang on a minute. Why are you locked up for 30 years? What's going on here? I would then start questioning things. But
30 years.
Yeah, I'd like to see that because I don't believe it. It'd be the first drunk driver evidence ever locked up for 30 years. I know about.
Did you send it to me?
That's what I was saying, Daddy. They wouldn't lock away for 30 years drunk driver evidence, or
No, I think it was either yesterday or the day before I sent it to you, Wendy.
Mm.
If not, I'll send it to you again in a minute.
And same as James Goddard said to me only about 6 months ago when I was having a debate with him. Where's the evidence? And he said, I've got it. Where the Facebook of the passenger, the Facebook account of the passenger is all Islamic and ISIS and all this sort of stuff. I said, great, show it. Show it me. He didn't show me shit. Didn't show the world nothing.
Did they screenshot it? I thought they would have screenshotted it.
Nothing.
Because if I was looking at
nothing. Not shared.
I'll be screenshotting everything on there, before it gets taken off.
Of course you would. Yeah, exactly. You and me, when it comes to that, Jason, if we get called a liar, we try to prove our innocence, don't we? I was calling James Goddard a liar, saying, show me the evidence, and he didn't show me nothing. And it won't affect no court case. The court case is finished and done. So there's no reason for him not to show it, to shut me up. But he didn't show me shit. So it's a liar. Hence the name of the show. He's a liar.
Yeah, he is. Now this website, it's very strange. It's not really coming up with anything.
You have to click Justice for the Boys, that link. Because whoever writes the website, I don't know who it is actually. Whoever it is writes different stuff as well. It looks like a lefty, to be fair. If you look at the website,
It does look like a lefty, yeah.
If you look at the Justice for Boys, the facts information,
Right.
and you'll see. I think, shit, man, yeah, there's stuff there we need to ask questions about. Like, why are you only showing us a certain paragraph of the whole report?
Danny, there might be lefties, but sometimes you got to go on the other side to see what they found.
That's what I said the other night. Yeah.
I'm not political that way. Yeah, I'm not political that way. The lefty can be just as correct as a right. You can to me. It doesn't make a difference left and right to me.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that Wendy, he does look like a lefty because he's very, very anti-far right. So he is, he's having an attack at Goddard and all these sort of people. But the question of the justice from the
I've just said that it might be on a different video. So if you check that, Kai, and then send me the one that it's definitely on, and then I'll forward that to Wendy, and we can look through it, and maybe sort that out tomorrow.
You can always tell it's a lefty, Danny, because they class everything as far right. They don't see the right. All they see is far right. That's how you know it's a lefty. Because
all I do, mate, you know me. All I do is come up with the very
you know how there's far left, far right, centre left.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
There's 7 different in betweens. But yeah, lefty is just like they're all far right. They're all far right. If you vote Boris, Trump, you're far right. It's mad.
I've been asked the question, like, politically, Danny, how is it more left with legal conspiracies or right or what? You know what? It's completely across the spectrum. There is no. You can't say lefties do it all right.
The spectrum, yes, but I would say that those that are really into it are extremists. A lot of them, they're very extreme. I would say the left and the extreme right. There's not much difference between them anymore.
Not really.
No.
At all.
No. When it comes to belief, no. No, it's mixed up at the moment. It really is. Who are you going to vote for? That's the problem I got. Who are we going to vote for?
Yeah, even like down to the Jew hatred and the racism, because even the far left are ascribing to Robin DiAngelo, which basically is transversing racism and saying that to be an anti-racist, you've got to be racist. It's ridiculous.
Well, look at Trafalgar Square last weekend. You got left, right, and everything in between down there. It's not right, is it? It's just like everything's there.
Yeah, that's good though. I mean, it's good that there was a broad range of people. But this is what I'm saying though, Jason. If ever you've got a cause and you really want the public to get behind you, it's to stand on one political spectrum to do it is just ridiculous.
Yeah, you're losing half your audience, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, and Danny,
you okay?
Danny, do me a favour, Danny. Danny, when you next speak to Victoria, can you see if you can maybe do a screen share with her or something and give her a hand to find where she's got me blocked? Because she can't see my comments still, and I've gone and I found that I did have her blocked from years ago and I undid that.
Are you unblocked?
She still says she can't see my comments. But,
okay. I'll talk you through it on a hangout.
Might need a hand to find the right part in YouTube to clear it.
Yeah, I know you.
Name, because someone's just said, "Can you stop naming people like that? It's a criminal offence. That's your last warning."
Hang on. It's also a criminal offence to be calling people paedophiles with no evidence.
Yeah, well, I agree. Who's called him in? I missed something here. What's going on here?
Careful naming people is a criminal offence. This is your last warning. Fine. Take
Johnny,
me to court. Take me to court. Take me to court. Bring your evidence with you, and we'll see what's going on. Yeah.
What are you named? Where's Jason? What are you doing? I missed it. I missed it. Hey, you gotta have your haters, man. You gotta have the haters.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, that website, I don't see any evidence. I just see personal lefty opinions.
Oh, okay. That's a question about the case, and
lawyers on there. I just want to make it clear I'm not a lawyer. I'm just talking from a layman.
I'm not either. One was a yeah, I wasn't a lawyer. Lawyers are
really, it's just lefty opinions. I mean, we've got a meme or whatever, they're moaning because people don't like Sadiq Khan and
yeah, it's very left. Whoever that website is, it's very left. Take the politics out of it and just read the questions and look at what he's showing you, and you'll think, oh, I see now. Yes, if you just take the politics out of the shit, you have to. Unfortunately, when you have to filter the shit to get to the truth, you have to filter through that crap to find out what's really going on.
I mean, but you listen to this. This is something. My husband believed that Tracy Blackwell had been taken advantage of by Tommy Robinson. I disagree. Blackwell is a fascist portraying herself as a patriot. She does not believe in democracy. She is ham-fistedly exploiting the tragic death of her son and his two friends in a bid to forge an ancestral national unity and innate a violent revolution, which ain't gonna happen. I mean...
Yeah, all I took from that paragraph was Tracy Blackwell is a fascist. That's it. The rest of it was emotional shit in my eyes.
Yeah.
The fact that I look, because he's got evidence that she's a fascist. He shows
Hold on a minute, because what Ambrosine did the other night, right? And I quite like Ambrosine, but when someone says things I don't like, I'm going to say it, even if it upsets everybody else. There's nothing fascist about being a patriot.
No.
It's okay. So is Mark Collett a fascist or a patriot?
I'm tired of people saying that if you're a patriot, you're racist. That's bollocks.
Okay. So is Mark Collett a fascist or a patriot? Which one do you think you've done?
Fascist.
Fascist.
Why? Why? He's being patriotic.
Because he's far right. We know why.
Because of his views. Because he hates Jews. He hates blacks. But having said that, did you see Christian's chauvinists stream, Wendy?
Not yet. Before we divert off that a minute, listen, what you just said was exactly what I hoped you say, right? Because if you look on that website still, Wendy, you will see all Tracy Blackwell's tweets and Facebook messages and God knows what, and you'll see yourself that she's very, very, very far right. She's very, very, very racist. So I would class that as a bit of a fascist mentality. So when he said that in the statement, Tracy Blackwell's fascist, The rest of it to me was word salad. He doesn't like her. But that bit, I thought, where's the evidence for that? And I found it. I thought, oh shit, yeah, she is. Shit, that is true. Look at what she's saying. Wow. And this is before Josh's death. Okay, before the deaths. This was. So then you'll see it. If you look deep enough in the website, you'll find it all. I spent days on there, days. But yeah, I'm glad you said that, because that to me is what a fascist is. And when he says that, if you look deep enough, you'll see that Tracy was, whether she is today, I don't know where she was though. Before his death, yes, she was very racist. She was very fascist. Very, very, very.
Have you seen? Yeah,
yeah.
Have you seen what she calls herself now when she signs off online or a message or anything?
Oh, it's not Tracy full colon Blackwell like other people are doing, is it?
It's Tracy of the family Blackwell.
Oh,
you know, it's like Game of Thrones all over again.
It don't work, folks. It don't work.
You bollocks anyway, because that ain't her real name.
No.
Ask Daniel Bostock. You all know Daniel Bostock, don't you?
Yeah.
You would know, yeah. Ask Daniel Bostock about Freedom of the Land. He'll tell you it just don't work. It just don't work, man. Been tried, tested, and don't fucking work. Not anymore.
No.
It might have worked 100 years ago, but not now.
No
way.
Yeah, Tracy of the family Blackwell.
Fuck me.
But she ain't of that family because it's a fake name. That's not her name.
No, it's not. No.
What I'm trying to say, it's not her blood. I don't know what she's on about.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, very true. That is, yeah.
Well, Danny, you know who taught Tracy all she knows about common law, don't you?
Yeah, Gary and Nathan, sadly.
Gary and Nathan, apparently.
God.
Hey, listen, I tried to talk them out of common law stuff, but they believe in it. So, well, who am I? You know what I mean? Who am I? I tried.
Yeah, you walk up to a policeman and try and, it's like when Brian Harvey got arrested and he stood there and he said, I don't consent to this under common law. And they went, right, They still put the handcuffs on him.
You ain't got to, mate. The government did. End of. See ya. Simple as that. Right. That's what it means.
Tommy Gunn, rather than sitting in the side chat just completely moaning, because some of your comments are just ridiculous. If you got something to say, come on, step up, put your mouth up on the platform and explain what your problem is. Just sitting in the side chat saying cunts makes you sound like James Goddard, to be honest. In fact, I'm not surprised if it weren't James Goddard.
Ah, yeah.
See,
again, what has Goddard and Lawrence done tonight? What have they done? They've stuck it back in the public arena. Therefore, it's open for debate. I wish people would understand that.
I agree, Wendy. Yeah, totally agree. If you don't want it talked about, they don't put it out, should they?
Don't put it out, yeah.
Yeah. But the question still stands, and it always stands to my day. I've had Tracy on my channel and asked the same question. Just drop the terror, and she would not fucking drop it. No, she wouldn't. She drop the terror shit. Because that's
okay. Have you got that evidence?
It's on my channel. Yeah. It's all there.
Yeah, see if you can clip it and then send it to me or Wendy.
I'll drop it into best drop it into the eternal chat, so Wendy and that then you can share it whenever you want.
Oh yeah, I don't mind doing that.
I don't know why mine, when you share a stream, it fucking kills it. I don't know why.
According to the followers, Tracy's never ever suggested that it was terrorism.
That's a lie.
Yeah, we all know.
I can show you a screenshot now. I can show you a screenshot right now. The Justice for fucking My Boys website, and it says straight on it. It says on it, London terror attack. Fucking
yeah.
Anyway, let's drop this link. Where is it? Talk amongst yourselves.
I've got nothing against getting a case up, Wendy. I honestly believe if I was in her shoes, I'd be wanting the police to reinvestigate. I'm not going to lie. There do seem to be quite a few odds and ends. What I'm more disgusted with is that all this money has been collected and now we've diverted away from the money again because that's what they want to do. And nobody seems to know where this money is being spent on or what is going on. Now, even if they're not going to do a court case, okay, even if she's not going to get her hand out her arse and sort out some decent memorials, because apparently she hasn't done that yet. Although she did say that the council were looking into it, so maybe they've got round to doing it now, but I'm talking about herself. There's still going to be quite a few thousand over, because unless she does some huge memorial.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, what? It's on
I don't know why it hasn't been split between the three families, personally, because it wasn't just her money. It wasn't given to her for her personal use, and it wasn't just for her son. So...
No.
We don't need Tommy on it, Tommy Gunn. We don't need Tommy on it. Me and Wendy are looking at it. We don't need Tommy on it. This is not because they all think that we're doing something under Tommy's instruction. In fact, Tommy probably doesn't even know who we are. It's weird. These people are weird. And even if he does know who we are, it doesn't mean he agrees with everything we say.
Who's in the chat? Anyone in the chat? Remember this? 53 minutes. Remember that for me, because I forget it. Right, carry on.
53 minutes.
Yeah, remember that for me. I forget that. Guaranteed.
The court case was it was for a court case. The money was for a court case. But I'm saying, in the absence of them not going to court, what are they going to do with the money? Memorials or what? I mean, if Tracy thinks that she's going to be allowed to keep it all and the other two parents shouldn't get anything, I think that's very unjust. And I think
I do know some of it was apparently gone on private detectives.
For what?
To look into it, you know. I know, Jupiter. I know.
And who decided that? Did all three families decide that, or just her again? You see, this is what I don't like. Everybody's making it look like she's the only one that's actually lost anything. These other two families lost their children too. And if she was doing it only for her son's house, then fine, but she didn't. She did it in all three of theirs' name.
You see, Jupiter, one of the things that John he didn't say it, but he kind of suggested it, was that the money might have been used for the documentary. But then we saw the comment from James Goddard's girlfriend.
Yes.
That said that the documentary has been made for free by Tracy's boyfriend. So the money hasn't been spent on the documentary, but that's probably what was intended, to put out a documentary and claim that they've spent lots of money making that. But now we know the money hasn't gone there. That leaves the question even stronger: what money's been spent, and what's it been spent on? You know?
How many minutes was it? Did I say 53? Wasn't it? Yeah.
Say that again.
53 minutes. I said. Is that what I said, folks? I can't remember what the fuck I said now. 53 minutes, wasn't it?
53 minutes.
Yeah.
There you go. So that's the link to my live that I had with her. 53 minutes in to that live, you'll see Tracy come on the show. She's on for about half hour. There's about 4 or 5 people that ask her certain questions about the case, and she won't answer jack fucking shit.
Okie dokie then.
They're not coming tonight, by the way. That's up to you when you show it. You do it in your own leisure. You know what I mean? I don't want no fucking shit. Forget that. I'm just showing you. That's what you said. There it is. That was 6 months ago, 4 months ago, 5 months ago. So quite a while ago now.
Goofy just said, has anyone actually asked Tracy where all the money is? Well, yeah.
No.
That's what started. No, you're wrong. What actually started all of this was the other parents asked her, where's all the money? And the answer was, the answer was none of your business. And that's what sparked all of this. That's why Busker went and did what he did, because the Rices were told by Tracy.
Jason, you know Tracy. You spoke to her probably more than any of us. Right? Would Tracy say that? Would she say that? Then none of your business. Come on. Would she say that?
Well, yeah. Apparently, she told the Rices when they asked her, none of your business.
Yeah, but you know her. To tell me, be honest at heart, would she say that? None of your business. Would she? You know it. Come on.
You know what? I thought I knew.
I can't say why I believe it's true.
I knew Tracy, Danny. I thought I knew James, but clearly I didn't. So.
I don't think she'd say it. I don't know as much as you, but I don't think she'd go, none of your business. I don't think she'd be that harsh. I don't think she'd be that I don't think that much of a bitch, you know what I mean?
I believe it.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough. But I wouldn't. Yeah, well, 53 minutes, I think. It's just after that she comes into the chat.
If you want, I can put them screenshots across if you want. It's not an issue.
I'm trying to think who would take
Besides
to
that, actually, I've been to Gary Clark long past that, saying you have gone away from it and all this kind of stuff. So to backtrack now seems very strange, to be honest with you.
Well, we'll let Tracy, if wants to reply, she can come in and reply. That's down to Tracy. I want everyone to understand, no one's here to attack Tracy whatsoever. No one's here to attack her. I want like to get the bullshit away from the truth, so we can see the truth and support it. And that's
I would like to know why I've been called a government plant by Tracy. I'm curious as to that, how she comes to that conclusion.
Probably Eddie is okay, I guess. Who knows? Who knows, mate? There's that much stuff told about me that's false. You know what I mean? I'm a transvestite fucking police informer. I think that was the last one I heard. It's crazy.
Well, last time I heard from Tracy, that was the only thing that she said that I got wrong. Not the scammers or anything like that. She just said that the only thing I got wrong was Eddie is okay. He's a good guy. Well, we've all seen where that's gone. So I'd say it was 100%.
That's still her opinion, though. You know what I mean? That's her opinion, Rick. If she wants to keep that opinion, that's not. But that's just me to you and go, okay, well, I think you're
Does
wrong.
she actually
Let's
come on and
continue our
speak,
lives.
Danny?
Yeah, she does. Why she's not there yet?
It would be nice
within
for
seconds to be
Tracy
on.
to come on the platform, come in the hangout. If you can invite her in.
Good evening, Tracy.
Hi, Dan. Sorting out the That's it. Just going back to actually something that Danny Jones just said. Yeah, Eddie is okay. Is okay.
No, he ain't. He's a woman.
He's a good bloke. And that's my opinion. I know him, and that's what I believe. And the trouble is with you, Den, you don't seem to like it if someone has a different opinion to you. And I'm sure there's people that you like that I'm not keen on myself.
Rick, are you there?
Yeah, I was just waiting for Tracy to stop. I don't know whether she's finished or not. Well, basically, Tracy, the way I see it is Eddie has been going around the movement pushing banned footage of children, banned material of children, whichever way you want to word it, and getting people to share it. Now, that can put people at risk of being on a sexual offenders register. Now, that's just an exercise in painting a movement in pedo paint. Which bit of that you think's good, I don't understand. That's where we differ. I thought Eddie was a good guy at first, don't get me wrong, when he was talking about all the stuff before he started going on about everyone eating babies and DHL vans delivering babies and people eating McDonald's, all this kind of shit. Before he started going on about all this satanic shit, he was actually, I thought he was all right to a degree. So it's not that I just think he's, it's some of the shit he's come out with, some of the shit he's pushed, and he knows full well that it can put you at risk of being on a sexual offenders register. To me, at that point, if he was a good guy, he would have come away and told people and said, look, actually, this, what I've been pushing, could get you on a sex register. Whether you do it or you don't is up to you, but at least they've told you. Now, when I warned you about this scam and Eddie and whatever, are you saying now that I didn't say that, or don't get where you're going with that? Have I not said that to you? Have I not warned you? Or?
Tracy, are you there? Tracy? Tracy, did you hear Rick?
muted us.
Your sound's not working.
Yeah. Can't hear Tracy at the minute.
I think she can hear us at the minute.
Might be in a Zoom meeting.
She's speaking, but she's dropped out.
She's gone.
She comes back in about 2 seconds, don't we?
Maybe she's dropped out to come back in. If she's having sound trouble.
Right, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Tracy.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Right, I heard the things you were saying then, and I asked you what scam.
What scam? The King's Flag fraud scam. It's a worldwide scam, Tracy.
Right. Now let me start with that, if that's okay. Right.
Okay.
Now, then, as you know, and many people know, you've made untold videos about me. I think out of all the videos you have made about me, I've watched 2 minutes of one. That was the one where you had uploaded the video that I took of John Winnower near Parliament that day. Now, I did that video. I came home. I think it was the next day. Pretty sure it was the next day. You called me up and you said to me about the King's Flag being a scam. Now, I like to do my own research, not what someone tells me. But what I did when you said that, I thought, yeah, you're right, because at the end of the day, up until that point, I had not done enough research into it to know whether it was true or not. So I deleted the video. I had no clue that other people had downloaded the video and re-uploaded it or anything like that. I deleted that video while I was on the phone to you. So then when I saw you doing that video, uploading and talking about me, when you know full well that I deleted that video when you was on the phone to me, because I agreed I had not done enough research into it. I can't tell you personally whether it is correct or whether it isn't, because I haven't done enough research into it. So I took it down because of that. Now, I think I had one interview with Andy Devine, and I'm not saying anything about Andy Devine because I don't know enough to speak about him, so I'm not here to do that. One video, I don't get times to watch all his videos because they go on too long, and when I'm at home, apart from the odd video I watch, I'm doing stuff on my boy's case. But I think you, Dan, seem to think that, you know, I watch all these videos, I'm in cahoots with him, which is nothing of the sort.
Rick?
Well,
popping on that.
There was two on the known platform, which I can't mention, but people will already know by now. And there is other people that have been on that platform that was also pushing it and supporting it. And
But that's nothing to do with me, Dan. What people,
no, I understand that. That's fine.
yeah, what people want to support is up to them, then, and people have to find. I always tell people to do their own research, and people have to find out these things themselves. You know, when I come online and, you know, I'm attacked hourly just because I speak out. And your attacks on me are all about the King's Flag. Now, you've stated that you gave paperwork to James. I don't doubt you did that because I don't doubt that at all. But what I'm saying to you is that I've never been given that paperwork.
I've just put the link on the screen on the comments, so people can watch for themselves. I have given it, and I have.
Yeah, I don't doubt that, then, and I've never said that. What I'm saying to you is I've never received the paperwork that you continually go on about that you say I have had.
Well, James is your people, not my people.
Well, when you say my people, do you mean James is someone, you know, that I get on and I like? We don't have the same opinions on things, and we don't always go in the same direction. But he has always stood up for our boys. So I will always respect James Goddard for that. He has never changed his stance on our boys. And, you know, that means the world to all us families. People seem to forget that there's 4 families involved with Josh, Harry and George. But because I'm the one who speaks out,
obviously I'm the one who get attacked, and it's disrespectful.
See, the video in question is now quite an old video. At the time it was taken down, I think Umbrella Grape Solutions, I think she's on comments now which confirm they did take that video down. My question was, why is Andrew Devine putting that back up? Now, I said to Andrew Devine, are you using that with Tracy's permission, or are you going against their wishes? Now, apparently you made Andrew Devine an agent of that video, so I've since apologised to Andrew Devine for accusing him of whatever, because obviously if you've made him an agent, then it's not against your wishes, is it? But Andrew Devine is a known scammer, so you can see the predicament.
Yeah, I didn't make anyone an agent of any video. Obviously, he downloaded that because he thought that was a good video. That's fine. I didn't even know it was still out there until you put it up. However, what I do respect, I wanted your video down because, yet again, it was putting me down. And as you know, very well know, then, that I took that video took that down during the phone call I had with you because I thought you made a valid point. And I've said this to you already. I said it to you on your page that day I called you a plant. Because how can you not be anything else? I did call you a plant. And I still find you questionable because you were still doing videos, even though I said I've not had the paperwork. You know I took that video down that day on the phone call to you because, as I just said, you made a valid point because I didn't have enough time of myself to research whether it was true or not. But you shouldn't hound people like that. If people want to have a difference of opinion, I respect the fact that you have a difference of opinion to me, and then you need to respect the fact that other people have a different opinion with you. And I just want to go back to Eddie. The way you were talking about Eddie there. No, can I just say, prior, thank you. As I said to you, Eddie is one of the good ones, right? All the attacks started on Eddie. What I truly believe, I truly believe that most groups and most people that speak out have been infiltrated. That's what I truly believe. I've said this to Gary and Nathan, and I've said it to Eddie himself, that I believe everyone's been infiltrated. Yeah, and anything Eddie was putting out is stuff that was already online. And he it's not stuff that would get him on, because I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the hoaxed stuff that is already out there.
You do understand that it's banned and can put people on the sex register, though, but you still think he's a good guy. And just get that straight, yeah?
Sorry?
You do realise that it can put people on a sexual offenders register by sharing that stuff, but you think he's...
Sharing what, though? I don't know what Eddie shares. I don't know what he shares.
Oh, I'll just fill you. I'll just fill you in.
I don't know half of what anybody.
So you know half the story.
I just went to I Spy. I Spy said, if you disagree with Tracy, you're a troll or an infiltrator. No, I Spy. But believe me, I know there's many out here. It's as simple as that. There are many infiltrators and there are many trolls. So anyway, carry on. Thank you for letting me speak.
So Eddie's okay. Yeah, he goes around making videos where he's talking about an innocent picture of a child and he sexualizes that innocent child's picture. That's okay, really, is it?
That's not what I said, was it? And I also said to you that I haven't seen what's being spoken about here.
If I told you what Eddie is okay, sorry, Tracy,
It's
Danny here.
obvious the answer to that, but I'd like to see the evidence. I'd like to see the evidence, not just what someone says. It's not good enough for people just to say things with no evidence.
I took a photograph off my Facebook. Excuse me, can I just interject? Eddie took a photograph off my Facebook. It's Joe Solis here, Tracy. And it was a family photograph where we were dressed up in Victorian times and sexualized it. And that was just one of the many things that he's done, along with Andy Devine, etc., and Jesus over the last year to attack me. He's not a nice person. I'm really sorry. Yeah. He's not a nice person. And you can't say that, you've got a a big online presence, I'm sure that you've probably seen some of these attacks that have taken place.
No, I only see the attacks on me, Joanne. I don't go round, as I've already stated to you. When I'm home, all I do is deal with my boys' case or do my wake-up show or watch the odd video. That's what I do, yeah? And the videos I mainly watch is learning about the law and things like that. I get posted to me videos of the attacks on me. So please could you put in the link into this chat of what you are stating?
There's a
I can do
photograph
that.
that's on my Facebook that I'd rather not publicise in the
Right,
chat.
okay.
Obviously,
I'd rather, all
my
right, that's
children-
fair enough. That's fair enough, but it's always important to see evidence.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'll more than happily send you a Facebook message and show you the photograph. The video, I'm not sure, AJ, is the video still available that he stated this in?
I can
AJ,
soon,
are you there?
I can soon gather evidence for Eddie. That's not a problem. Tracy, I'll make you a little
Yeah.
5-minute video, put it all together. That's not an issue. I mean, knowing AJ is probably getting stuff ready now to show you, to be honest.
It was actually, Danny, on the video that Babs Collier did, where she was saying that Eddie was making a comeback.
Wendy, where's the
and
bit where
that,
she said
he was
that she
Pandora's
agrees with terrorists?
nemesis? It was all said in that video
don't know,
regarding this particular
Because
photograph.
all this is just smoke and bollocks.
Going back to last March.
Because I don't know where exactly where it is in it, honestly. I
Now,
don't know exactly.
Eddie is pushing the Hampstead, or still was pushing the Hampstead, and he was around you at the time. And our worry was, well, my worry, not ours, but mine definitely was, is he going to get Tracy Blackwell now to start pushing this as well? And that was our worry. That was the only worry I had. So I thought I best informing you that Eddie isn't okay pushing these child pictures around, these child interviews around, where they're speaking about sexual activity going on, and it's pretty gross. It's pretty gross to watch, but he's forcing it on people, going, go and watch this, go look here, here's the links, go and look at the show, share the video, share it around. And I was like, and then within 5 minutes later, after him doing that on the DFL march,
You know, you've got like the Tommy Robinson person who continually just says what the media says. You know, I get the same thing, Danny. Just a different story, but I get the same thing.
Tommy Robertson says what the mainstream media says. It's a bit nuts.
This sort of era, about 4 months ago, 5 months ago, when this was done, she was actually backing away from Tommy at this sort of present time. So yeah.
That's a bit crazy, but never mind.
And she's fucking off a rocker.
No,
I don't know what this is proving right now.
It's only proving that I had a live stream with it.
But I can stand up.
Tommy Robinson fan, guys, a lefter. He goes on all the channels. He haunts everybody. He's a lefter.
Who's a lefter?
Even if Tommy is on
Tommy fan or whatever it is on the comment section now. He's a lefter. Goes on one channel.
Yeah, I'm not interested in all that. I'm just sick that you've given it, and I'm not doubting that. I'm saying I've never received it. I've never seen it. And you know, the reason why I said it, because you knew that video I deleted. I didn't know anyone uploaded it or downloaded
Short video, and he used the beginning and the
once, and I can't remember whose video it was. And they had the King's flag on YouTube.
Fuck the
King's flag. Let's get James on there. Let's get to the truth tonight if we want to go down this road. I think there's still a lot of
I've got to take it the fact
questions, to be honest.
I've got to take the fact that she asked the Justice for our boys to be took off the flag, so that can't be her supporting it.
Was
now.
that before or after we?
That could be after
Was
the
that
information you
before
give her.
or
That could be after the information you give her. I don't know.
People are select what they actually say now.
Because it will be just cutting.
It's mental. Racist or whatever. Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah,
if
it's
it's
send
the
on
same.
WhatsApp then. She can come in.
Really?
Oh, she here. Katie here. Oh, cool.
Right, sorry. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just trying to
That's why then. See, use Apple Mac, you have no problems.
Or not. I don't know if these people are scanners. I have not researched them. I don't have the time to research them. I don't have the
Just with James, he's disowned himself from every other thing. He's alienated himself to the point where Mark Collett was the only route for him.
I just think it's in my eyes, I think it's a bit rude that he goes right.
Where's the bit where she mentions terrorist, Danny? Or won't answer the question?
I think it was towards the end, like, when she was on. So if you skip through it, you can see the picture when she, not towards the end of the video. I mean, I think she's on how she was. I don't think I asked the question. I think it was Rick who asked the question.
Who?
But I got another one as well. I think it was Rick who actually asked the question. Rick or AJ actually asked the question, not actually me. But she skipped through it. She deflected, is what I'm trying to get. She deflected straight off
You
it.
just wanted the video played, you cheeky son.
No, I didn't know. You should
No.
I haven't had the time
But I'll show you the one where
myself
you'll see her kick off.
And you know what? That person politely took it off. They made a YouTube video. They was very polite about me, and they understood that. They didn't carry on making video after video after video say that I'm causing scammers. I don't even know if they're scamming.
I've only ever made 2 videos and none of them was attacking you. So if you would have watched the other minutes besides the first 2, you would have maybe got the gist of the video.
You know, but as I'm saying, then, and I'll just leave you with this and let someone else come on. And I appreciate you let me come in on all of you anyway. But I'll just leave you with this. I haven't had the paperwork done. I took down the video in 2018. It's now 2020 and you're still making videos about it.
So an Eric situation.
So what's this about the flag then? What's that about?
Actually, there was the King's flag was going around about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. A guy called King John Manoa thought he was king of the surrogate king of the UK, and that the Queen should be hung and all that sort of shit. And the flag meant nothing. That's how Gary and Nathan got in contact with me many years ago now about this flag, and it was all about that. So obviously I explained to them what it was. Here's the truth. Here's the facts. Go and do what you want with it. They obviously debunked it and kicked off and that. And he's been fighting gone since then. For a long time. It's finished now. They're on something else now. It's not even the flag now. It's something else. It's a joke. But if you want to see Tracy and the boyfriend kicking off when asked about the terror incident, can you prove where the terror is? You'll see in the video, don't you? Within the first 2 minutes, you'll see Luke Derry. His name's Andrew, but everyone knows his real name. But either way, you'll see him ask Tracy about the terror, and she just kicks off, and so does her boyfriend. It's mental. And you think, why would you do that if it's not true? Or if it's just weird. It's just so weird to see it. It's not my video. It's my video. I copied it, ripped it down. So
where's the link then, Danny?
It's in the inside chat.
Oh, I can't take no more of this fucking misdirections.
It's not misdirection. It's just you've got to see Tracy when she tries to deflect away from the question about terror. That's all.
In this video, and you just made us sit through fucking 10 minutes of crap and bollocks. And my phone is not working that well. And every time
stop moaning, woman.
It's always a man's fault, isn't it? It's always a fucking man's fault.
You have to understand, I'm not very patient when I can't fucking hear half of what's going on.
Right.
Skip it about 30 seconds in, and you'll see that.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What now?
Can you hear me?
Hang on, guys.
Okay, and I wouldn't wish that. You heard me say I've lost my niece because of the grooming gang, so you can.
Whose is this video? Danny.
Danny Hoax released that video.
Yeah, it's not online anymore.
Who does this video belong to, though?
It belonged to Goddard's live stream.
They took it down. They took it down. They got embarrassed.
I'm not playing it then.
Well, that's
Can't play it.
where it is.
No, he'll strike. He'll give me a copyright strike.
Danny,
You have his video on his channel to do that.
hang on a second, Danny. Did you just go on that video and change the status from private to public?
Yeah.
I've got a notification on my screen 4 minutes ago that you published that video. So
Yeah.
all of your subscribers have got the same notification that you just.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll put it back private now, so I don't
Yeah,
want to see
I
it.
better let you know that happened.
Yeah, now I'm doing that now anyway. Nice one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they took that video down because I remember that video. She was put on the spot. And her
Yeah, they
boyfriend
took it
was
down
in the
straight away.
background. And her boyfriend was in the background, weren't he, interfering?
He kicked right off, mate. He kicked right off.
Candy, Wendy, and that you need to watch that video privately because I can understand what you're saying. He will try to copyright you on it.
Yeah. That's why I stopped it when I realised it wasn't. It was just a YouTube thing.
Oh, I didn't
Because that's
intend
what
that.
they're
That's
like.
my fault.
That's what they're all like. They just go around copyrighting everything.
That's what I said to you. Every time I've tried to put something on my channel that Tracy from Tracy's Facebook, I get taken down. It comes up saying the Tracy, what was it, the family of Blackwell has requested that this is copyright.
Oh, is she using that?
Yeah, on her YouTube. Yes, that's what comes up on my YouTube.
But
When they
she's not
copyright
that family Blackwell. That's fraud, that is. They shouldn't allow all that business.
Which is why now I don't put anything of theirs up there at all because I know they'd love nothing more but to get me 3 strikes and I'm gone. So
3 strikes and you're gone.
yeah, YouTube 3 strikes and you're gone. Mate, delete your channel.
Oh, just imagine if we had the power to do that, Wendy. How many people would...
No, if anyone's taking your live streams and they're using them and you don't want them to, you get them taken down. You do a copyright strike.
Yeah, no, I don't bother with all that shit.
No, can't be bothered. People want to use anything, let them use it. But I expect the same courtesy back, but you don't get it.
No, you don't. Some people are evil. They really want revenge.
The Lodge said the video's been taken down of Saturday on the train. Why? What's Saturday on the train?
Saturday on the train?
Was it busted?
Well, I'm going to stay out of any talk about copyright strikes because otherwise me and Danny will start arguing again.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Yeah.
Honestly, I'm
I think we're past all that now, Danny, aren't we? We're past all that crap now.
Can I just point out, excuse me, I'm not monetised on my channel. They demonetised me after I started filming Tommy Robinson outside the Royal Courts of Justice. My channel is not monetised.
What's Lodge on about a video on the train?
Yeah, I did. I was angry and I did a video on the train and I took it down and every other video after that to do with me being taped out.
Okay.
Yeah, I took it all down. I'm not playing this out on my YouTube channel anymore. People don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. So they've had enough. They don't want to hear it. So that's fine. I won't talk about it on my channel anymore. They just want the videos that I produce where the police go marching into Trafalgar Square. That's what people want to see. They don't want to hear all this shit about me arguing with Goddard.
Yeah, but I can't find that video that triggered Goddard to make the statement he made about Ian Rice. And it was some video you made, Busker.
They're still there. Yeah, they stole the money. It's still there. I didn't take it down. Right?
I can't find it.
Right, 2 seconds. I'll look for it then. I'll email it to you. Right?
Was it Busker who started it then, not Goddard?
No, Goddard.
Busker made a stream. Go, you tell her, love, yeah.
Yeah, right. What happened was, I was at work. Right? Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I thought you could hear me. Well, I was at work and I received a phone call to say, did you tell anybody about such and such? And I was like, unfortunately, yes, I did. I'm very sorry. And then I got off the phone, got another phone call from somebody else to say that James Goddard was doing a hit piece on me, Ian Rice and Nicola. And that's when I jumped on my YouTube channel and gave it to him both barrels, that being a thieving of their children.
Okay,
yeah, but how? No, Goddard kept on about some stream you made the night before.
The night before? Which stream? You have to refresh my memory. I can't remember.
I don't know. The night before he did his stream, Ian Rice this and Ian Rice that.
Yeah.
You had made a stream the night before or something.
Oh no, I done a couple of videos before saying the truth is coming, and I was speaking I was speaking very candid. So yeah, I didn't mention names or nothing, but I was talking about a lot of people have got to apologise to me when they find out the truth.
Right. So how did Goddard find out that you'd been in touch with Ian?
Well, because I was drunk in a pub and I mentioned it. And I know it was who done it. I know it was who ran back and got the information too. I can't prove it though. But I know the bloke who was who done it and ran back with the information. And,
when you say talking candidly,
yeah,
it didn't work.
I know it didn't. I know. I mean,
you knew exactly what you were saying, exactly who you were saying it about. You know?
Yeah, but Jason, do you know why it didn't work? Because I mentioned the buckets.
Well, there you go. Plus, you've been doing videos for a long time about that as well. So it wasn't new information. It was like more of the same. Yeah.
It's funny.
Tiny said, "You mean the video he did after he was set up? What was you set up? How was you set up?"
What was I set up? On the train. Yeah, that day I put several videos of me ranting, and I just took them all down the next day. That's what they're referring to. Because I said, look, this is stupid. It ain't getting me no more new subscribers. People don't like it. I said, I'm not playing this out on my YouTube channel anymore. And I removed several videos from that day. I said,
Tracy's brother-in-law in the side chat again. Joe Monkey or whatever his name was.
Yeah.
Right.
He's always in there. There's another one that keeps pushing her story.
Oh, you were set up by Active. What did Active set you up over?
Huh? Well, when I got to the top of the stairs, he thrust the Justice for a Boys flag in my face.
Oh, that's after the videos.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's in London afterwards, yeah.
Yeah, after.
Yeah.
So Goddard made all those allegations against that man because of a stream you did the night before, where you were talking.
It was actually a few days before that, like a week maybe. Before that. And I was just saying, yeah, the truth is coming, because I had been speaking to you know who, and I basically been given all this information. And I basically had said, and vice versa, I'd given him information, so we basically told each other stuff we already knew. And from there, I did a video basically hinting to everyone they would have to apologise, and that basically led to me being chased out of Trafalgar Square, because it's like, we're not going to apologise. What we're going to do, we're going to break your arms and legs, and you're going to be quiet. This is what they're trying to do now. See what I'm saying?
But why didn't you just keep your mouth zipped? You
Because
know?
because Wendy, I've had months and months and months of people calling me a liar, threats, knife threats.
Yeah.
And by the way, I will send you the knife threats, but they're being investigated at the moment because someone else made knife threats as well, and they have been arrested. But the person, I don't know the person's name. This is a complete person who just came onto the scene and decided to put their 2 pence worth in. This man has been arrested and he's been investigated by the police.
So did you threaten Active not to come to London?
No, I've never threatened Active not to come to London. So again, that's bullshit in the thing. What they're trying to do now is a lot of people are now trying to use Active's 50,000 new subscribers against me. That's what they're trying to do. So again, this is like a network within YouTube and Facebook that goes around picking on an individual and targeting that individual and trying to destroy them. And it's all at the back over me, pointing out what Tracy and James Goddard have done.
That's because you hold the truth.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. You know when you've done something right, because you're, in the words of Churchill, because you'll have enemies. So I'm not a liar. I've told the truth about everything. I've got no reason to lie.
And Mr. Goddard wants to debate. What's that guy that's over in Northern Ireland? Richard Inman. Richard Inman. I mean, how funny? How funny is that?
Why would they waste their time?
Why would Richard Inman want to speak to James? He would just
exactly.
He won't lower himself to speak to James. You know, well,
They're not going to do it. They dismiss James Goddard. Like, go away, you're nothing. Why would we talk to you?
yeah.
We're not going to give you airtime.
James thinks if he goes, oh, they're too scared to debate me, that they're going to go, no, I'm not. I'll debate you. But they're not going to do that. They're going to go, just run along, little boy. You know, they're not.
Yeah.
They're not going to take that bait that James tries to give them. You know, and James doesn't realise that when he tries to bait these people, they're like, piss off, just piss off. You know, not interested. You know, but
Well, yeah, it's Tommy and it's Richard Inman.
yeah,
He keeps on and on like a broken record, saying he wants to debate them. What's their problem? And they're too scared to debate me.
Why would they want to waste their time talking to a deadbeat loser?
also Anne-Marie Waters. They keep saying about debating Anne-Marie Waters. Why would she do that? You know, of course she's not going to bring us down to their level. You know,
He's nothing. He's a nobody. He's a loser.
I just think he's a fat fuck.
Yeah, and he's a liar. And he's a thief.
Yeah, definitely. I've definitely.
well, look what happened when he came on here. He came on here, called you all slags, and then quit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so he's got
That's
that
right,
much.
you got following.
Hold a civil tongue in
That's
his mouth.
why he
You know,
did that. The reason why he did that, he came on and he called Wendy and Jupiter slags, is because he couldn't control them and he couldn't make them say what he wanted them to say.
No.
So he came on here, threw his toys at the pram, came like, slags, fucking slags. That's what he could come up with. Because that's the only thing he can do is attack.
Yeah, because we've never been called that before.
Yeah, that's just nonsense. Who cares about that?
oh, I'd love to hear James say that to your face, Jupiter. He'd have to run, wouldn't he?
Oh,
I've seen you in action in the park, Jupiter, in a speaker's corner. I wouldn't mess with you.
Oh, I've seen Goddard get threatened at speaker's corner. My God, that is. Oh my God, literally.
Who remembers when James Goddard got into a big argument with Ali Darwin and tried to walk away on the green and they all followed him?
Yeah, he was shitting himself, wasn't he? Just look at his face. He was shitting himself. It weren't just Ali Darwin. It was the other one, wasn't it? Jedi as well.
Yeah. Candy cane. It's neither here nor there if I like Busker or not. But I know who's lying, and I know who's telling the truth.
Exactly, Candy. That's all I asked for. Is a chance to prove my truth. That's all I've asked for. I've never claimed to be friends with these two, Jupiter and Wendy, but at least they had the decency to hear out my evidence without calling me a liar in advance.
Exactly.
The thing is, we can't tell the audience what we have seen, but I mean, to be honest, I did think that Busker needed to keep his mouth shut a little bit and stuff. But after hearing that video, I can understand where he was coming from.
Yeah.
I'm the type of person, Jupiter. The more and more someone tries to force me in a box and make me quiet, the more I scream and shout. And they don't realise that. This is why they chase me out of Trafalgar Square. Well, you've done the threatening and that ain't worked.
Jupiter,
I
Jupiter, I get that you can't tell us what you've seen, but I've missed it. I think. Can you tell us what is proven by what you've seen? Can we ask that much? Because I'm missing it. Without saying what you've seen, what does it prove? That's what I'm trying to ask. You know?
That's not what I've seen. It's what I've heard.
I'll trust your judgment.
Somebody far more important than Busker. That's what I've heard. Stating facts about money,
right?
Going missing, money not going to any of the other parents, or for the court case, money being misused, and that's basically all I can say without giving too much away.
Okay, but if it backs Busker up, then that's good.
Busker's not lying. No, Busker's not lying. That's why I call it damage control. I know what Goddard's up to.
Wendy, if you and Jupiter tell me you've seen something that proves that Busker's not lying, I believe you too. You know, I do.
And girls, it's not over yet. I've got another one that I've got to send you, haven't I? And I will do that tomorrow.
Yes, I've been waiting all day.
Yeah. Yeah, I just thought
John,
I'd
I don't know that Busker's a nonce. I've never seen any evidence that
it's
he's
just what I'm saying. There's disgusting things to try to shut
right.
people down.
Yeah.
And I'm sick and tired of the right throwing out nonce and pedo every time they don't get their own way. It's like really childish now. Yeah, it's where actually they're getting as bad as the extreme left, where the extreme left do it all the time. It's really stupid and pathetic and childish. If you've got evidence of Busker being a nonce, you need to sort of like put it out there properly instead of just making allegations. Otherwise, I could say you're a nonce, Johnny Reggae. But what the evidence that I have seen proves that Busker's not a liar in the allegations he's making. So
it also makes me understand why sometimes Busker gets so frustrated and angry when people don't believe him, but there's not a lot he can do, if you know what I mean. Is there really? There's not a lot he can say. I mean, not do, but say. One day he might say, but then it's up to him.
So I might say what? When
you meant rice. Johnny Reggae saying he meant rice. Well, like I said,
that again, that's to throw out comment.
Either. There's no proof.
No, none at all. You're saying that purely off what Goddard said again. Don't you know that man's a liar and a thief?
And like Wendy said earlier, this is about damage control now.
He's meant to be a Christian. He's meant to take his religion seriously.
No, he's not Christian. He's another, what, like Ralph does.
Oh, Ralph's become a Muslim now.
What did you just say then? Ralph's a Muslim?
Ralph's become a Muslim now. He's converted, yes.
When did that?
Yeah.
There is a video. Yeah, he has put up a YouTube video that I do have. I can send it. I was meant to send it.
No. Hey, listen, I probably find it anyway, but fuck me, what a dickhead.
Well, what happened was the real far right didn't want him, did they? Because he's got brown skin. So he went over to another bunch of Jew haters, which was Islam. And they've accepted him, apparently. So there you go. Anyone wants to convert to Islam is accepted.
The lodge, there is a court case, there is a police investigation. There is.
Lodge. I can't report something that's
why me and Wendy can't discuss what we've heard. We can't discuss what has been sent to us.
But you know, it seems like too many people, Johnny Reggae and all people like him, they're just too willing to listen to people that just say things. As Tracy said, do your own research.
Yep.
Exactly.
She failed to
You
do.
can't do any more than that.
No, love, you've proved your point. It's as simple as that. You first came on here and said you weren't lying, and you've proved it.
He's saying read the messages. What messages? Ladies, I am begging you to not embarrass yourselves by believing this shit. I believe what I've heard. That's all. Only time will tell. If it doesn't get to court, if nothing's done about it, then I would suggest that both sides are lying.
Yeah, but then the police could turn around and say there's not enough evidence and drop the case. That's a possibility.
Yeah,
nobody's mocking Tracy. Nobody's mocking Tracy.
See how they turn it. My God.
Why are you mocking Nicola's family, Johnny?
Yeah, exactly. Is it all right to mock Nicola and her family, but not Tracy? Is that it?
Goofy, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I agree with you, Johnny. It's not a laughing matter when people are collecting money for the dead and then the families of the dead, and then it all goes missing and it's being used and being sniffed up people's noses and stuff. Yeah, I agree with you. It's disgusting.
It's terrible, isn't it?
It's the truth, though.
Yeah. That's why all of a sudden, yeah, people are doing streams once a week to remind people, you know, to try and shut other people up.
That's right. They want you to believe their version of events. What
Yeah.
they want you to believe.
Yeah, it was only, what was it, a few weeks ago, Wendy, you played something, didn't we? Or you did, I think it was on your channel, you played something. And they were all in, there was some guy was taunting the police outside, and they went back inside, and this guy kicked off and going, "There's that much coke around here, you're all doing that." Remember that?
Oh yeah, it was actually it was active patriot, wasn't
That was it, yeah. "There's that much coke around here, and you're doing that, guys. What the fuck are you doing?"
It was Base Welshman was going nuts, wasn't he, Jupiter? Active patriot, yeah.
Base Welshman is probably one of the. It's good that he calls himself based, actually, because he's
Yeah.
the most based people on the right I've ever met, actually.
There's
And
a lot
he's
of people
got-
there, wasn't there?
He has got morals, and he doesn't go around saying that he follows any religion, and that's why he's so pious. And yet he's got more morals than a lot of them.
I've got no problem. If people want to take coke, that's up to them. That's their choice, their poison. It's up to them, man. Their
Yeah, but
choice.
it was on camera, you know.
Yeah,
The
I'd say
police were
that's
just
the same
across
matter.
the road.
It wasn't John Lawrence and that lot all there.
I think so. They were
They're
all,
there,
yeah.
Katie, what's her name as well? Jason's mate, Katie Jane.
Yeah, he probably took a line back up to Manchester for James.
They're all there, man.
But I'm laughing at Bates because he's so down to earth, and he was not happy with that.
Okay, we will look into that. This person's saying, did you know Ian's children were on the watch list at school? Or did you
Oh.
ignore that fact from a long-term friend of Nicola's? Okay, well, we'll look into that. We'll see if there's anything to that.
A watch list.
Another,
A
like
bloody
that.
watch list.
Again, I want proof to that, because again, these people put these comments in the chat in order to put ideas in people's heads.
Yeah.
So, Johnny, could you give us a link to where
this
the
comment up
But hang
so
on, what
other
they
people
got to do
can
with-
see?
what have they got to do with the money for the Justice for Our Boys? It's all
Nothing.
All
Nothing.
deflection. So all this whataboutism all the time. What about this?
Yeah.
What about that? Did you know this? And did you hear what this person said? And it's all to deflect and distract away from what we're asking about. You know, I don't care. Well, obviously, if he's a paedophile, we put him to the police. You know, do it the right way.
Well,
But
but Jude Monkey come on and said they're not going to, didn't he?
Yeah, it doesn't answer the questions people are asking. But it's like, why and why now? Why the timing? Why would James come out of all of this at this particular time, but not before?
Why hold on to something that was potentially a criminal investigation and then throw it all out on your YouTube channel when you realise somebody had spoken to someone?
Yeah, well, yeah. If you know someone's a paedophile, then you out them. If there's children at risk, then you protect them. You know, you don't sit on it and think, "I'll keep that ace up my sleeve in case they ever say something bad about Tracy. Then I can do it the next day." You know,
Yeah,
it's wrong.
that whatever it was that they think they
You got told that in 2019 and you believed in justice for the children and you believe in children matters, then you would have reported it to the police.
They
You
didn't.
would have
They
paid
still
your
call satellites.
money to bring it up. Not unless you were holding it inside, but for some sort of defence mechanism if ever you got caught.
Like I said, an ace up your sleeve. But that's wrong. That's not right.
Everything with them is about holding on to stuff until they need to silence someone.
She tried talking. What? That Johnny Reggae, he's got a lot to say, hasn't he?
Why don't you come on and explain?
She tried talking you, but you ignored her. What's he on about?
I ain't got a clue. I think it must mean somebody wrote something in a chat or something.
No, it's the reason. Right. Hang
Oh,
on.
yeah, Busker is to blame. Yeah, really, Johnny. Yeah.
Has Ian Rice actually said anything publicly? No. Has he gone on YouTube and made a video? No. Has James Goddard? Yes. Then we find out there's 3 buckets in Manchester in Rosie and Jim's fucking house in the cupboard. You know, and they aren't even bothering to get the money.
I've got a letter somewhere. I bet Busker's got it as well, actually, probably. I think I might have got it from Busker's sort of groups about Ian Rice writing a letter exposing Tracy or something. I've got it somewhere.
What letter?
There's a big comment on someone's video channel or something, or Facebook channel. It's a massive, big fucking speech. Ian
Have you
Rice.
got it?
I've got it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'm going to look for it.
Oh, don't find it.
Danny, are you thinking about the ex-husband's speech?
Is it, no, was it? No, was it? That was his name, Ian, though. So that wasn't the ex-husband, was it, Ian?
I think you're confusing it with the big comment on YouTube from an ex-husband or ex-boyfriend of Tracy's.
It could be. It could be that. It could be that.
The father of her son.
It could be that. I thought it was Ian, not the father of the son. I thought
No,
it was Ian.
Wendy read that out the other night.
Yeah.
And that sounds like what you're thinking of.
Oh, right, yeah. I read that fucking ages, but I thought it was Ian.
Yeah, it was it Josh's dad or something? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How has Busker been played, Johnny? Please come on and explain to us, because you might think that we're trying to take sides. We're not. We just want the truth. So if you believe you've got evidence, come on and tell us.
Yeah, Johnny Reggae. If you got something, man, we're fucking all ears here.
The ex-husband from Beyond the Grave. There wasn't Debbie on about.
Beyond the Grave.
What that means is, and obviously this means that Debbie's very misinformed, because she's saying about ex-husband from Beyond the Grave, because we know that Tracy's husband died, but there was 4, wasn't there? 4 husbands or 4 boyfriends. But I know that one of Tracy's partners died, and what Debbie's referring to is that when says the ex-husband from the grave, well, that must be a different husband.
Yeah, that wasn't Joshua's dad, was it?
That wasn't Joshua's dad. Yeah.
No.
Debbie, you've heard about Tracy's husband dying, but you clearly don't know that there was 4 husbands or 4 boyfriends or something. So breakdown in communications there.
Do you want to drop a link, Wendy, and see if this Johnny wants to come on?
But this is the thing, though. People are commenting in the side chat like Debbie, and they don't know the facts. They're just blindly supporting someone, and they don't know what's gone on. They haven't got the evidence. They don't know all the details, and yet they're coming in. You're this, you're that. Busker this, Busker that. They're just blindly supporting something.
Yeah.
The thing is, I've actually lived it.
Like I said before, right? This is like when you get these people that support a football team that's lost every single game that season, but they'll still wear the scarf with pride and say they're the best team in the world because it's their team, it's their dad's team, their granddad's team, and they don't care if they're bottom of the league because it's their team. That's what these people are like. They will never hear a bad word against someone because they've spent every weekend watching Yellow Vest marches on their computer, and therefore their time invested, and they won't hear any different. That's the problem.
Yeah, but I watched all of those streams. I used to, well, I still do support Tracy Blackwell and getting justice here because I do think there's a miscarriage somewhere. I think there's
justice for the boys. Yeah,
there's definitely something not adding up there. Let me put it that way. But when it comes to the money scandal and everything, I'm reserving judgment until I know. And as far as I can see, Busker has proved enough evidence for me to believe that money has been stolen. Money has been used in other areas. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, it's not gone to the places we donated it thinking it was going. That's all. Really.
No.
Well, if and when it goes to court, then it'll be down to Tracy to provide bank statements to prove what's in the bank.
Well, she doesn't have to prove them because they just go to the bank.
And receipts to prove what's been spent.
I'm saying she can hide whatever she wants from her side, but the bank will still have a record of it if anything went through the bank. So they won't ask her; they will just go get it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And the t-shirt sales and the wristband sales as well.
Yeah, all the rest of it.
That's all traceable and accountable for. They all got paid through banks and stuff. The business bank account that she put out to receive donations into, there were bank statements there that can be used. So it should be the easiest thing to sort out. in court. It shouldn't even need to go to court. You know, all Tracy's got to do is say to the other families, let's get together, look at all the paperwork, we'll answer all the questions, and then there's no disagreement then. You know, why can't Tracy sit down with Nicola, Ian, or Sarah and give them the answers they're asking for? They're entitled to answers. Their son's died. You know, they're entitled to know what's going on with fundraising. You know.
What was it? I gave £100 of my money. I've got a right to know where that money's gone, and she's got no right to tell me I don't have the right to know.
Well, I'd give her 20 quid before I heard the terrorism stuff, to be honest.
There's another thing as well. Another thing that I've been taking into account, right, is tax. Okay, if you're raising money for a charity, then you don't pay tax because it's a charity. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I understand it works. And you can, and then you can have community interest companies, which are also different for tax, I think. But if you're just raising money and it's not registered as a charity or something, then it's classed as profit. Even if it's for a just cause, like Justice for Our Boys, the taxman doesn't care. The taxman would still say, "Well, look, we want to cut that money as tax."
Yeah.
So there's that angle as well.
It would be quite interesting, actually, if we could have the third couple, if one of them would be able to speak.
I just don't think they're all as close.
I mean,
as
if there is 30 or 40 grand raised, you know, how much the taxman going to take?
All the children, because they were allegedly all friends. Were they close friends or just met at the party? Or
2 are very close. 2 are very, very close. I can't think of the names on now. Josh and one of them were close. I think it's the footballer one that wasn't as close as the other 2, I think. But that's because of his football, though, because he was training every day. He was serious football. You know what I mean? He was a serious footballer, like.
When you're semi-professional, your football has to come first, doesn't it?
Yeah, so he wasn't as close. You know, he didn't hang around with the 2 as much as, obviously, in the week sort of thing. But, yeah, the weekends and that, when he wasn't playing football, they were all together, yeah.
Yeah, no, Harry and Josh got very good together. Harry was the footballer, Nicola and Ian's son. And, apparently he was very, very good at it, apparently. And Nicola, Tracy and Nicola's son were buried together because they were really good mates. George was, he knew who they were, but he wasn't. I don't think he was as good friends with those two were with each other.
Right, there you
so
go.
He got buried separately, George, but they actually buried Josh and Harry together. And they had their funeral. Obviously, their funeral was on the same day. Their coffins were carried into church at the same time. They were laid to rest in the ground at the same time. And then imagine then someone turn around
and yet fucking Goddard's running around calling the father of that young lad a paedophile.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And that's because the father of the lad has called out the scam, basically, called out the shit.
Yeah.
That's quite sad, really, when you think about
it. It is.
To be honest with you, I call a lot of people out. It's just standard, that is. You get called a pedo. If you get called out, you just get retaliation. You're a pedo, you're a fucking tranny, you're an agent, you're this, you're that, whatever. Standard.
You're a liar, you're calling a grieving mother, etc., etc.
Yeah. Whatever you can get, yeah. It's just standard. Because they've got an argument. See, once you call someone names, that's it. Argument's finished.
That's it. You've finished, haven't you, really? I mean, he was vicious. He was vicious that night towards Ian Rice and Nicola.
They built up such a persona of themselves. They know that they're on a knife edge, that this could come tumbling down. And
that's why all of a sudden they're doing these new shows once a week, you know, damage control.
We've only got to get Ian Rice or Nicola or anyone else and go onto a live show with a decent amount of followers, and that's it. Their story's fucking blown.
Mm.
I mean, you know, talking 100,000 followers. Just go onto that one show, podcast, whatever it is, and boom, that's it. The Blackwell case is fucking exposed and done. Which that'll ruin their own children, though. So I doubt they'd do it for that. I wouldn't do it for that reason. Even though I wanted to expose it, it's going to expose my children being into some sort of corrupt shit going on. I don't want my kids tarnished with it, so I'll just drop it. That's what I would do, personally. But that's just me.
And everybody around Tracy as well has built her up and, you know, pushed her along. They that they would rather physically attack me over telling the truth than
Yeah.
ever be angry with her for her lies.
Yeah. There's a lot of people to blame for it. A lot of what I call clickbait people, like Eddie is okay. You probably don't know about him, but he was back in the day. You got Red Pill Phil, you know about him. All these sort of people are clickbait people going to get the story, do the interview, get the clickbait.
Well, Red Pill Phil and let me get this right, John Lawrence were very good friends at one point.
Yeah, they were.
And then something happened, and John Lawrence was going around calling Red Pill Phil Blue Pill Phil.
It's all because Red Pill Phil booked
video explaining what happened. Yeah.
It's on Red Pill Phil's actual channel. It says,
I think Red Pill Phil basically found out what the truth about John Lawrence, what happened.
No, because if you hear the video on Red Pill Phil's channel, you'll see it. John Lawrence was speaking to a complete stranger off camera, and they were saying, and what's happened to Red Pill Phil? And John Lawrence made a comment about, oh, it's not about Ty Robinson, is it? Or something. It don't matter now. You don't follow Tommy some more. He made some sort of sarcastic comment, and then of course it's sort of sent to Phil. Phil's picked up on it, and then he went out and made a video about it. Instead of phoning John himself and finding out secretly or privately and go, what the fuck's this about? He didn't. He just come out with a video and said, look what you've done here, John. It's on his channel now. Go and click Red Pill Phil. It's right there now. You'll see it.
No, different. No. Red Pill Phil wanted the movement to be non-violent. John Lawrence said that he wanted to basically he wanted it all to escalate. But beside that, what was caught on the tape that Red Pill Phil put out was John Lawrence saying to somebody that everybody don't call him Red Pill Phil, they call him Blue Pill Phil. In other words,
that's it.
That was it. Blue Pill Phil. That was it. Yeah.
It caught him slagging him off. Yeah.
Yeah. Because he pulled away from Tommy, haven't he? Pulled away from Tommy.
Because Red Pill Phil was more centralist. He wasn't extreme. I think that's evident. I think that's evident now that that's true.
That's what I said to you. Red Pill Phil is basically he's not a racist.
No, he's not. No.
Nowhere near.
But then if you can you see the lengths that John Lawrence has gone now to cover up for Tracy?
Oh God, yeah, he's.
He's one.
It wouldn't surprise me if he becomes no, it wouldn't surprise me if he becomes a member of PA at some point.
Yeah. He's one of the people that's been pushing her all along, and they can't bring themselves now to admit that there's anything wrong there. So they keep pushing it, and they're still building her up. They're still building her up as being his Mother Teresa. This is what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's going to come tumbling down at some point.
If that would be, he can align himself with people like Goddard, and they're all like, far right racist in my eyes, very racist people. Like John Lawrence can align himself with that. Yet he's not pure white. He's some sort of, is it half? I don't know, quarter. I don't know how you work it out. But
Danny, can I just come in here? Danny, do you know much about John Lawrence's living accommodation where he lives?
You know what? I don't want to know. Do you honestly, mate?
It's quite relevant. It's quite relevant.
Oh, well, is it though? Is it really?
Well, the house that he lives in, and it's a house that I think James used to live in, but he may have moved out now, is owned by a well-known ethno-nationalist called Jim Edward.
Right.
He was chucked out of the Brexit party.
Exactly. Now, Jim Edward, right, he's a very well-known ethno-nationalist. He kind of, and I've heard him say before, the house he has that he lets people stay in, it was set up for a purpose. Okay, people pass through it, and they come out the other side, an ethno-nationalist. Now, James lived there. Now look what James is up to. Now John's living there. Okay, this is Jim, who was on the on that live stream where John and Betty were trying to thrash out.
Oh yeah.
It was Jim who owns the house. Now,
basically their landlord.
The thing is, I heard John the other day talking about how James has given him a list of books to read. You can guarantee one of those books will be about Oswald Mosley. It's like a grooming thing. It's like a training ground. As far as I can tell.
A network. I call it a network.
Right. In a few months, John would have read every book going about how Hitler was misunderstood and the Holocaust wasn't quite as it's been put across to us in school. 6 million people didn't die. I've already heard John talking to the National Front leader on his channel, Tony Martin, about the Holocaust. And John and Tony were discussing how 6 million people didn't really die in the Holocaust.
Yeah, the numbers are discussed.
And it was disease and other things that caused the death. You know, and John, to my mind, John has been sucked in and just fed all this crap. But you got to realise that if he doesn't go along those lines, he's homeless. Because that's where he lives. His landlord is like the one giving him all these books to read and training.
Well, any idea why he was kicked out of the house he was given by the government then?
What house given by the government?
Well, he was obviously housed. He hasn't been homeless since he got on YouTube. But I saw him years and years ago. He was on YouTube in a little flat. He was like, he had his own little place and that.
No, that's that. Well, that's where John got from. It's that house where he lives, which is.
Well, how many years has been there then?
I don't know.
I've known Lawrence for at least 3 years. Online.
Well, at one point they were all living there.
So you're telling me anyone who goes through this house comes out and everything?
Have you got the address?
I know people have got it. I wouldn't give it out. But
It's like the Bermuda Triangle or something.
I'd like to go down there.
I mean, there's a comment in the side chat here. What's wrong with Moseley?
Oh God!
That says it all.
Yeah.
At least the worst option. What's wrong with
you know what? I would love to ask John for a list of those books he's been given to read, and then I'd like to research them books. And you can
So
just.
why don't you ask him?
I might ask him. I'm going to say, John, can you tell me what books you've been given to read by Jim, so I can see what you're being trained in? You know?
One's probably Mein Kampf.
It won't be Mills and Boone.
No doubt. No doubt. Yeah.
Because if you want to learn about Hitler and what he truly thought, all you have to do is pick a copy up of Mein Kampf.
Elaine Cole said, hang on, doesn't John Lawrence still have a slot on Wake Up UK?
No, he doesn't. And the reason he doesn't, and it's not a personal difference me and John have got, I still think he's a good guy with a genuine heart in the wrong place. But I had to say to John that in light of him calling for an ethno state and reciting the 14 words and siding with ethno nationalists, and then him going on Tony Martin's channel denying the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Well, they would say they're not denying it, they're just calling for revision on the figures and how people died and debating the 6 million, but it's still not something I can associate with, you know.
No.
And I'm all for free speech, but you've got to come to a point where if a person's a member of a team and they're talking about things like that, it's going to rub off on the whole team. And I don't want to get called out in 3 months on why I'm giving a platform to Holocaust deniers and people who want to call for a 90% white Britain and calling for repatriation, you know. So that's why I had to say to John, sorry, John, but I can't keep having you do a weekly show. And John is now doing a weekly show on James Goddard's channel, which tells you all you need to know.
But I'll commend you on that, Jason. Well done for doing it.
And it's not that I hate John. I think John's a nice guy, but I think he's been. And this is what I said to John, and I'll tell you the exact words I used in the.
He's a useful idiot.
I said to John, "You are being seen by people as the far right's useful idiot, and possibly their token black man."
Yeah.
And that's what I said to John in the message I sent him.
Then if he can't break out of that mindset he's in, you can't help him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Johnny Radio, when you say distance yourself from Busker and Wake Up, ladies, before you lose all credibility, none of us in here all speak privately or chat between.
No. And the rows me and you have had, Danny. God.
This is the only time me and Busker have had more rows than you, Jason. I'll tell you that now.
Have you?
We've had many rows, but we're not some sort of, you know, or getting together.
I've got to confess, Danny, I've never ever called you a pedo. That's something that I don't think you throw around at anyone. But I will admit, I did make up that little picture we used to promote the live stream we had with Mike.
The Channy Danny, was it you? Was it? That's class.
You wear the police hat, don't you, Danny? So I found a kissogram police girl and put your head on it. So I own up to that one.
Hey, fair play to you, man. It's all in jest.
That was shits and giggles, and I think you saw the funny side of it. So.
Of course I did. I didn't take it to heart at all.
Yeah. But yeah,
you're all arguing like fuck. So whether that Johnny Raby, we're not. I don't know. We're not sort of getting together here or some shit.
we're not all best buddies or anything, you know. But we can be on the same page, you know.
No, we don't go into the what's it called? The hangout, have secret meetings. Yeah.
It's least worst option in the subject. Jason doesn't want an England for the English people. Then yes, I want an England for English people. The only difference between me and that person in the side chat is, for me, English doesn't mean white. That's the difference. Whereas ethnos are like, well, you can't be English or British because you're not white, you know, and that's the difference.
You see, for me, English does mean white, Jason.
Yeah, but right.
Yeah, I would say,
Indigenous English, I agree with you.
English is a part of the white race. When everyone's living here as a whole, we're all British.
But they've redefined the meaning of the word British. That's what they've done.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, that's what they've gone and done.
Well,
and that's what they keep spewing all the time, and it's wrong.
British is a nationality, English is a race.
Yeah. But why don't they just leave British alone, you know? Who are they to redefine British?
It's like evolution of defining it now, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
I was asked a question. I've got white children. My ex-wife was white. But I've been asked a question by many of my African mates, my Jamaican mates, what's going to happen when your daughter comes back with a black man? I'm like, nothing's going to happen. Nothing at all. No. Nothing. Why do you think it will? It's more the problem. I haven't got a problem with that. Why do you think it will have? But it's weird. But obviously, that's what they experienced when they were younger, see, in their era.
So, Danny, where do you stand on like political? I mean, I've heard people say that you're left. People say that you're right. I've heard you say you support Tommy, which tells me you're probably on the right, not the left. But where would you say? Would you say you're left, right, centre, right, centre, or?
I don't support Tommy politically. So when it comes politically, I don't support Tommy. I only support Tommy in what he did by exposing the. Well, I say exposing it. We all know Nick Griffin did it, and all the people did it. We know that one. But he brought it to the light, didn't he? He brought it to the forefront. He used the social media properly. He got on the news. He actually made us wake up to what's going on. So I respect Tommy for that.
Tommy have a cousin though that was molested by a grooming gang as well.
It doesn't matter. You know what? His reason behind it, but I don't care. I don't care why he did it, but he did it. And that's it.
What I'm saying with Tommy, he's got history. This is what Goddard doesn't understand. He woke up one morning and said, I want to be an activist, right? And he wanted to do this, that, and the other. He's got no history. What gives you the right just to think you can put on a pair of someone's shoes and do what they do? You have to have it. Some people are just chosen.
Yeah, but Goddard, you're overestimating Goddard. He ain't stepping into Tommy's shoes at all.
No, if he wants to step into them.
He might want to, but that's a different thing altogether. Yeah. Do you honestly think that the mass of the public do not take to James Goddard?
No, they don't. You're right. You're right.
Well, he's rude, he's fat, he's uncharismatic, and
enough with the fat comments.
Back to left and right, Jason. I'd say I'm a little bit right, if anything. I would like to say I'm central, but I think I'm more leaning right. But I'm nowhere near far right or anything like that at all.
Okay, Trump or Biden?
Trump for me, thanks.
Trump.
Yeah, okay, you win. Pass the test.
So you've got to understand that Trump, Tommy Robinson, they're centre right.
I don't know.
Far right. They're not far. I would never, ever have anyone stand there and tell me that Tommy Robinson or Donald Trump were far right. But there are people out there that are like, yeah, really, they really are.
Well, I don't really care about Trump, to be honest. I only care about Britain.
Yes, but the thing is, we have to have somewhere in the world that is sane. This is why we have to have Trump win. There's got to be somewhere on this planet that our views win over. You see what I'm saying?
Right, why can't it be our own country? Why be
it should be our own country. I agree with you. It should be.
No. I'm not one of these.
Who would you vote for?
Look, I can have an objective thing and say, yeah, all right, I think last time Trump should have won because who he was up against, I mean, Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
There was no choice. And this time there's no choice. But at the end of the day, that doesn't mean that I want to fucking glorify Trump. Trump is not my president. I'm British. Britain is not.
I wish he was. Don't you wish he was?
No.
No, you know what? No, I don't. I'm glad he's
Or
American.
someone
first.
like him, then. Somebody like him. You know?
No, I'm glad he's American, but I'm glad he is in ours as well, if that makes sense. But who would you vote for, Dukes? Who would you vote for now at the moment? Because political, it come up last week, next week. I mean, who would you vote for? Because I ain't got a clue.
Nobody to vote for.
No, have you heard? Have you not heard this? I don't know if you guys have heard, but that guy, the actor, he's been given £1 million to set up his own.
Yeah, I don't trust him either.
I don't trust him. He's been
No, actors can't win countries. No, forget that. Look at Reagan, fuck's sake.
But he's been brave though, hasn't he? Because they've tried to cancel culture, and that's what they've tried to do. And he stood up to them. And you've got to admire him.
Culture crap, aren't they? The fact that Army won that California crap, they're jumping onto that, haven't they?
But how far do you think £1 million is going to go compared to what Labour and Conservatives?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just in the ocean, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not jack shit.
I mean, I support For Britain. I like Anne-Marie Waters, but it's still way too small in early days for it to have any effect at the moment. But I do hope that one day, that will happen, that will change, because I like what they stand for. I mean,
I don't think she's powerful enough.
I'm not saying you've all got to do that. I looked at the manifesto.
No, I think a manifesto is really good, Jason. Honestly, I read it not long back, but I don't think she's powerful enough as a leader. I don't think she could be the one sitting in that.
Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, we'll see.
Anyway, let's have a listen to Miss Brown.
I'll say I find her the most honest of all of them, though.
Well, here we go. What's this? I've not seen this one.
Being completely out of it. It's after the panodrama thing as well. I think people are like, oh well, you were against him and now you're with him, so what what's happened and stuff. It's like, well, nothing's happened. He I thought I'd show him a bit of forgiveness during the panodrama thing, because I thought actually if we can put our differences aside and point out what's being alleged in this documentary, then this might cause, if we can get all of his followers to question this company Hope Not Hate, this charity trust, then that's a lot of people writing letters. That's a lot of people who could potentially do some actual constructive, investigative work. But I wasn't very happy with the documentary, and we haven't spoken since. I don't really feel part of the movement. So again, I think you're right. It needs to be shaken up. And by the looks of it, it's been splitting anyway, all over the place. Everyone's turning on each other. There's a woman called Tracy Blackwell who seems to not be a big fan of Tommy at the moment, because last year he lied to her about me apparently holding some footage ransom of a documentary about her son who died in a car crash. And he lied to her and said that I'd kept this footage hostage when I had nothing to do with it. So he lied to the mother of a dead child to cover his ass, because George and Kaylin had lost a memory card with some footage on it, and because I was out of the picture, it was kind of convenient for him to just use my name like that. And she believed that for ages and read my name out to thousands of people, and I think she feels pretty angry at him over that. So there's little things like that where I just think behind the scenes, the bad behavior and stuff like that, it's really created a toxic environment, and all these bad actors now coming and trying to be the new Tommy while he's in prison, his representative, and a lot of them are just sycophants.
Can I say something? I mean, one of the reasons why she doesn't like Tommy is because she's in with the NF and they hate Tommy anyway.
Well, I can categorically state that the day Blackwell got on stage and read her name out as being the person who was withholding the evidence, Miss Brown did not deny that to me, who I was talking to at that very moment.
Lucy Brown is duplicitous. Okay. I mean, she was with PA 2 weeks ago.
There was one point when James Goddard.
You know when Dion was speaking at the award ceremony? Yeah?
Yeah.
For PA. Lucy Brown was there.
Yeah. She told her Hearts of Oaks.
How long do you think Lucy Brown's been around? I've known her about Star
When James Goddard had a weekly show on Wake Up UK, one of his weekly guests was Lucy Brown.
I've known Lucy about 12
And
years.
they seem to be quite good friends. And they were talking about when they was in Poland, having a night out drinking together in Poland. And like they seem quite pally and friendly. So, and now that I find out that Lucy Brown's all around PA, and obviously James is as well, it's no surprise. But back then, I didn't know what was going on. So,
all right, you know about the TPV, the People's Voice. Remember that years ago, won by David Icke and Sonia Poulton and all them people.
I don't remember that now.
Remember that? Okay, remember that's because I'm a lot older than you guys, I think. Either way, right, that was about 14, 15 years ago, right? David Icke.
My time.
Right. Well, either way, Lucy, and she's got two mates as well. And I think they're split up friends now, but there were two gay boys. I've got their name. And
George and Kaylin. George and Kaylin.
Kaylin, that's the ones. Right, them pair as well. There's them three, Lucy, George and Kaylin, all work for TPP. All under umbrella group of David Icke, all them people. They've known David Icke for many, many years. And trust me now, her running around, I know exactly what she's up to. She's just gathering information from every Tom, Dick, and fucking Harry. She was straight into every single group. She's straight in, without no doubt, straight in there. And she's a bit of a, I don't know, I wouldn't say infiltrator. Well, no, fuck it, I will. She's an infiltrator.
Well, Danny, you know those two lads were filming for Tommy, don't you?
Yeah.
You know that.
The two gay boys. I've got the name now. I shouldn't call them gay, but I hope that I've got the name. Was it Galen and what's his name?
Kaylin and
George and Kaylin.
Sorry, them two, yeah, them two.
Yeah.
They used to run around with Alex Jones and what was it called? Oh,
Ezra Levant.
Milo.
Yeah, no, not Milo. Before he even come around, Milo.
I don't know,
We
but
are changed.
All I know is Ezra Levant was supposed to have been a pervert, according to them two. So was Caitlin was supposed to have accused John Sweeney of being a pervert. There seems to be a lot of this pervert nonsense. But what Ezra Levant did do is he did hustle. He would do this PayPal thing. That's where they've all learned it from. He did do that very, very successfully. And he would encourage anybody that he had on his team to get the viewers so they would PayPal in and go along with what he believed. And there was footage out there. I don't know where the footage has gone, but I know I've seen it. That Caitlin did undercover with Tommy talking to Ezra Levant and stuff, and when
each other, didn't they?
And they basically blackmailed Ezra Levant.
Yeah, remember that.
Then Ezra Levant come out and put a video out making his claims. Then Caitlin come out, put his claims out. Yeah. Laura Southern was involved. She came out, made claims. Tommy Robinson then around the same time distanced himself. He went away from Ezra Levant. I think people have forgotten that. He moved himself away from it. He went on his own. Then he got put in prison. Whether Lucy Brown says that it's not the case, it is the case that they were holding back the footage because Caitlin said so on one of his lives, one of his things that he put out. He said they weren't going to give Tommy the footage unless he paid them. What was outstanding. And Tommy said he was always going to pay him, but couldn't pay him because he was in prison.
Yeah.
Right? That's where there happened.
Yeah.
By the time he came out, you had James Goddard already up Tracy Blackwell's arse and all the conspiring going on there. And then there was a load of people that hated Tommy because they didn't like it. That Tommy had come out and overnight become infamous, where all the much harder core people that he'd rejected from the EDL, and that's why he walked away from them, and from the BNP because he walked away from that. They didn't like it, that it wasn't Nick Griffin or Mark Collett or one of their own, or any of those that had actually made it. It was actually Tommy, and the hatred is still there. And that's where all this arguing backwards and forwards comes from. And I don't know. I know that Tracy's a grieving mum, but you've got to say she's a bit manipulative as well, because things weren't going her way where Tommy was concerned, so she jumped onto the others. You know, must be horrible to find out your second choice.
Yeah. What happened with Lucy happened exactly the same thing about 10 years ago. She was arguing and blackmailing David Icke, and so was them George and Kaylin. They were blackmailing them and all. So same thing happened 10 years ago. Exactly the same.
Tommy and Ezra only got back involved with Tommy when actually he couldn't get a lawyer. Ezra heard about it and he ended up being his lawyer.
Yeah.
And Tommy did put out an appeal. He said, "I can't get a lawyer. The lawyer, nobody's willing to back me."
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard people say, "Oh well, this Ezra's like he's a Jewish and that sort of stuff." And I mean, yeah, well, and he's backing Tommy. Tommy's calling out Muslim grooming gang, so of course a Jewish culture's going to back Tommy. That'd be like saying, "Oh, I support Everton, but I'm going to go and watch Liverpool." What we're on about? Of course, you're not going to back them. You're going to back the one that you support. It's fucking no-brainer. It's like, of course that was going to happen.
Well,
I mean, it's a bit strange, isn't it? Doing the panorama that the allegations were put out there by Caitlin, and then quickly nothing was heard of it. It was retracted and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, do you know
that Caitlin, who was very close to Lucy, by the way, was a very evil little bastard. And all the problems with Ali Dawa and Mohammed Hijab on a Day of Freedom.
Yeah, they were involved.
Down to Lucy's mix-up.
Yep.
Down to Lucy's mix-up. She tries to deny it now, but it was down to her. She was the one who pushed for Ali Dawa to go there. And why? If you go back to the interview outside the police station, you know, there's a piece of footage.
I know which one you mean. Yeah.
Where Ali Dawa turns up outside the police station where Tommy Robinson is, makes you wonder how to do it, and they get into a conversation.
Yeah.
Right at the end of that footage, Ali Dawa and Lucy are talking between themselves.
Yeah.
And he tells her, "My friend is dating your friend."
Ah.
So she says something along the lines of, "I know I don't have a problem with Muslims. I've got a lot of Muslim friends."
Yeah. Well, so is Tommy.
She was the one that caused all the shit at the Day of Freedom, all the mix-up. People say that Tommy didn't tell Ali Dawa that he weren't supposed to go. He did put a video out 2 days before the event saying that Ali Dawa hadn't turned up to discuss security and that he no longer wanted him to go there. Whether his name was still on the printouts or not is not the issue. The issue was that video was put out, and then people said it wasn't put out, but it was because I saw it. Yeah, lots of stuff. Lots of stuff.
But did you ever hear what he intended to say when he read it out on Speaker's Corner?
Yeah, and that was pathetic as well.
I mean, if he'd read that out that day, there'd have been a full-scale riot.
Yeah, they would have brought the stage down. They would have killed him. And he misquoted Voltaire in the thing. He misquoted it.
Yeah, but you know.
Watching that drama.
Sorry.
Remember watching that drama, Ali Dawa and Tommy Robinson drama for about 3 or 4 months, wasn't it? Remember watching that.
Yeah.
Will Ali Dawa get to speak to Tommy? It was like fucking dum dum dum. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden he did. Fucking hell.
You know.
That was probably because Brown was hanging about. I bet she rang him and said where he'd be and what time.
Yeah.
You know that Ezra Levine tried to help James Goddard, didn't he?
Tried to help James Goddard, you say?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, right. So this is when he was going to court with Anna Subi, I think, right? They wanted the same as Tommy. They wanted to pay for him to get a solicitor and stuff like that, right? And he didn't. James privately on the phone. And I said, "Well, what happened to you and Ezra Levine?" He said, "Yeah." He said, basically everybody around Tracy put him off because basically Ezra Levine was Jewish." And he did tell me he regretted that now because he said, "I shouldn't have listened to them on that." This is when he was trying to pull himself away from Tracy, and Tracy falling out.
Yeah. Busker, can I just add in here what James has said about that? What James said is that Ezra wanted to raise money for his court fees, and James said to Ezra, "You can, but any surplus money that's left over, I want to go to justice for our boys." And Ezra said no, and then James said, "Well, sod you then. Not doing it."
Yeah, well, no, he told me.
That's James's what James has said on that matter, that he didn't go with Ezra because Ezra wanted to keep anything left over and not donate it to Tracy.
No, the people around Tracy, and I know where they work, they can put him off because Ezra was Jewish.
Yeah, I thought it would be just fair to say what James has said
Yeah.
on it. That'll come back in a
If you look what they're saying, it makes him actually greedy, act as a greedy Jew. See what I'm saying?
Well, I think we all know Goddard well enough to know he's not that noble.
But James has spoken of that quite a few times, and given that as the reason why he didn't work with Ezra.
He told me other people put him off.
Right.
He reckons he got 23 voice notes of you, Busker, threatening to harm him. Still waiting to hear them, but there you go.
Yeah. Same as he's got evidence of the terror attack on Facebook and everything. He ain't showing me shit. Frick. But he keeps jingling his PayPal bucket. Everyone keeps donating to him, keeping his lifestyle.
Who's lifestyle?
What's the donation box on Twitter? Apparently he's got one of them.
He's got loads of shit going on.
It's like PayPal.
Oh.
Yeah, as long as
I
you-
just flick through Twitter for gossip and then I don't really say anything.
Well,
Well, it's amazing, isn't it, Wendy, that all these PayPals and all this and everything else saying that they can't have an haircut.
Yeah, I don't know how they can beg like that for money.
It takes months, so it takes away. I mean, Jason, I'll know that we've gone through eBays and shit for years. You've all yourself, you get a PayPal account. Years ago, and even now, if you just transfer from GoFundMe, it doesn't come straight away. It takes about 7 days and 10 days and shit, you know what I mean? So,
Well, yeah, because he actually asked Busker, how do I get my money?
yeah.
Because I'm scared.
After the first transaction, the second transaction might be quicker because it's all bank, done then. But the first one, nah, man, they do. It takes a while.
That's true.
So what we have established tonight is there's no actual proof that that Tracy is following the same beliefs as James Goddard, although her actions, there's no actual proof and there's no actual speech, but her actions could suggest it because of the demonstrations that she goes to.
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, she seems to be going to demonstrations that nothing to do with her anymore.
Could you have a friend, Jupiter, that thinks and could you have a friend who thinks and speaks the way Goddard does about people?
Right, well,
I couldn't.
Would you turn up to the BBC at a veterans rally with your friend wearing the number 14 from the Ku Klux Klan? She did that.
Yeah. How can I put it? I don't judge people on what they believe, but when they start actually spouting their ideology and trying to convert people, that's when I get worried. But I believe everybody's entitled to believe what they want to believe. It's only when they start doing actions to put into play their ideologies, and unfortunately, James Goddard is one of those evil
The thing
people.
is, when Tracy was accused of having the far right walking with the yellow vests, I think the suggestion was that she had the National Front there. She went to great lengths to do live streams and tell everyone that would listen that she was not having the far right walk with the yellow vests. They may have shown up, but they wasn't associated. She wasn't inviting them. They wasn't welcome to walk with the yellow vests, and she was in no way affiliated with the far right.
Well, she had the mutual friend.
National Front. But hang on, Busker. So if she was so adamant and so keen then to distance herself from them as a yellow vester, why is she now not equally adamant not to be associated with James Goddard when he's calling himself the far right?
Yeah.
What's changed?
Exactly.
What has changed?
Now it's changed. It's because she is far right. So she likes that.
Maybe.
That's it. That's it in a nutshell.
What were you saying earlier about these Twitter messages? From the
On that website that Wendy's got. On that website, if you go into the Justice for the Boys thing, you'll see him. You guys he's done, whoever it is, that guy, he's been doing it for about, since the death of the boys, really, to be honest, a good year and a half, 2 years now, he's been doing that post. So you have to scroll down, all the way down to the old posts, because the new post is all about far right stuff and how she's getting tangled into shit. If you go down earlier, right to the beginning, you'll see how he breaks down the case, and he shows you more stuff than they'll show you. He'll show you a bit more police report than they'll show you. And there's things like that, which you think, I see. The stuff they're not. He shows us the stuff they're not showing you, basically.
And they're telling you what they want you to believe. They don't produce any actual physical evidence. It's always words of Tracy and James. That's it.
See, the thing is, I don't take it personal. I don't know Tracy personally, and therefore I'm indifferent to her. I don't really like her, and I don't really hate her. I just care about the truth. I can empathise with her loss, but that doesn't mean that I will it negates whether there's been any stealing of money. And that's
I'm not accusing her of robbing money. I don't even know where it's gone. But to me, it's not my business where it's gone. That's between the families, that is.
Whoa, no. That money was raised by the public for a court case,
by the public.
which has not happened.
It hasn't happened yet, or it's not going to happen ever?
It's not going to happen.
Oh, shit, really? I didn't know that.
No, it was made. It's been, apparently a documentary's been made instead.
Well, that's not going to do fuck all.
The documentary was made for free by her boyfriend, so...
Yeah, exactly.
The money wasn't spent on the documentary. We've had that confirmed by James's girlfriend.
Right.
It was made for free.
Well, the guy that was in the chat, I don't know if he's still there, that jeweled monkey or whatever he's called, he came on and said that they'd been paying private investigators.
Right. Well, don't believe that. But okay. If there's no court case ever going to be a court case, then yes. Where's the money going? But even then, my problem is that you raise money on a lie. You know what I mean? What you do? Okay, we talk about it later.
Hang on, isn't that obtaining money by deception?
Well, yeah, it is. We can talk about money later. Where the money's gone afterwards. Let's talk about how you raise money in the first place.
Yeah.
On a lie. After we discuss that, then we'll talk about where the money's gone. But fuck me, you've raised on a lie, man.
I mean, you've got to look at all these other people. I mean, like the 21 in Birmingham. Look how long they've been trying to get justice.
Yeah.
And then there was those the Liverpool thing or whatever it was. Look how long it took them to get justice.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen overnight, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You've got to be patient, and you've also got to stay within the parameters of the law. Because if you step outside of it, that's it. It's finished with.
Yeah.
Those people in Birmingham, Justice for the 21, they never step outside the parameters of the law, and they're being heard. People are taking notice of them.
Yeah.
So people have got to learn that all the time. It's not always about parading through the streets with flags, barging into the Attorney General's office, demanding this, demanding that, because
piss people off.
Well, yeah, and many have come before her, and many will come after. But it's how you use your own intelligence to get exactly what you want.
Well, did you see who Goddard turned up in court the other day when he had to be at Wimbledon Court?
No, who was he with?
The neo-Nazi, John Jones.
Do you see what I mean?
You see, the thing is with James Goddard, he fucked himself up, number one, by pleading guilty. And number two, he hasn't got a pot to piss in. So if he does go to court, he's going to need the help of people. And so I don't know who he thinks he is, to be honest.
He's definitely a narcissist.
what James doesn't realise is when he goes to prison, which at some point he's pretty likely to if he goes on the way he's going.
Yeah.
The minute he goes to prison, he'll be forgotten about by everybody and dropped by everybody. No one will care about him. They'll move on to the next arsehole that's been a bit entertaining on YouTube. You know, honestly, he thinks all these people to be like rallying around outside the prison doing a protest. They won't.
No, I never used to take no notice of him at all.
They'll be like, James is gone. Who's the next arsehole we can follow for a while? You know?
Yeah. The only reason I got interested in him was a few weeks ago when he made allegations against a man and, was telling everyone to hate the mother of a mother who was grieving over the loss of her son. That's when I became interested in that individual. And he's an idiot. He's a liar. And he's a thief.
He's like a fly buzzing around shit. Too frightened to get shit.
Johnny Redgate says there's invoices for everything and we'll have to eat our words. I hope there is. I hope it's not going to be handwritten ones, though.
Yeah.
How can you have invoices?
Yeah, I'm working class. Hold on a minute. I'm working class, right? And I know you can go out and get fake accountants. So I'm sure the middle class have got their ones too. So at the end of the day, yeah, it best not be all this fucking handwritten stuff because John Lawrence said there were a spreadsheet. Do you remember that spreadsheet?
Spreadsheets and ledgers, yeah.
How can it be a spreadsheet and ledger when I've not even counted the buckets yet?
He's still up at Rosie and Jim's house under the stairs. Yeah.
Under the stairs, yeah. I believe it.
Messy, isn't it? It really is messy.
All of it's messy and all of it don't make sense and all of it seems to be just lies. And some of it is lies made up on the spot because
yeah.
You know, you get John Lawrence coming on here reading out a statement and then not really knowing what he's supposed to be saying. He's been pushed up front to be the spokesman.
Yeah, who wrote that? Did you find out who wrote that in the end?
Oh, that's got all the hallmarks of bloody Goddard. That does.
Was it? Right.
Yeah.
That's typical, isn't it, of someone who like Goddard? Yeah, let's push a black person forward.
I remember watching it. I remember Jupiter asking John Lawrence about 3 times who wrote it, and he wouldn't answer who the fuck wrote it on.
No, because it's James, and James wants to be involved and be in control, but he wants to keep his little fingers out. At the same time, he wants to look innocent. The man actually thinks that he's going somewhere. He honestly believes that he's going to take over Patriotic Alternative, and
oh God,
it's not going to happen. He's an idiot.
Delusions of grandeur.
And the thing is, what people don't understand is, whilst I support Tommy's freedom of speech, whilst I support his fight for that, whilst I support his fight for justice, because I do think that the way they've treated him has been really bad, right from the off, to be honest. Well, I do still criticise Tommy, so why shouldn't I criticise James Goddard when he's far, far worse? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
I think you should invite James on again.
What, to be called a slag?
Yeah, let him come on and let us all see what he is.
He can come on any time.
If he comes on like that again, it just himself, doesn't it? Let's see if he can come on and act like a half decent human being. Let's see if he can hold his time, not call
Listen, this panel is open to him any fucking day. We don't have to make an appointment with him. He's welcome to come on at any time. But let me just tell you this: we've had him on twice because he fell off and then came on again.
Yeah.
Both times he couldn't debate us, and both times he lost the debate before it even started. So I don't think he's really going to try to
You can't say you're not giving him a fair chance, then, can he?
know what I mean? And we didn't even really say it that much to him. He just fucking triggered.
No, all I said was, "You're not getting an apology from us."
The
and
first
then
thing
he
said
started.
the first thing he said was he wanted an apology.
Say sorry, slag. Say sorry, slag.
Say sorry, yeah. God.
Sorry to who?
To him.
This is James Goddard you're talking to, you pair of slags.
I'm surprised he didn't ask you to take the knee.
Yeah, that'd have been next.
Oh, the lodger said that John Lawrence has said who wrote the statement now.
He ain't told me.
Remember it was J.K. Rowling.
But was it in a secret session then, the lodge? Because he's been asked many times and he's never said.
My question is, they're reading out a statement regarding the fundraising by Tracy. Should Tracy not be the one writing the statement to be read out? If she's not on there herself? Why are we getting a third person reading a third person statement about Tracy? It's just, she's not shy. She goes live all the time on Facebook and YouTube. So why can't you write a statement and say, "Here, John, read this out"?
Well, they wanted John to get the flack for it, didn't they? Because
Yeah, but it put John on the spot because John didn't really know how to answer anything, did he? He said, "Well, I don't know. I don't know if there is or there isn't a bank account. I don't know if there's a bank account or not. But there's a ledger. I'm like, John, if you don't know whether there's a bank account or not, then you shouldn't be the one coming here reading out a statement because you can't answer any questions.
Jason, about a year ago, when I sort of met you, if you like, maybe the wrong way, but either way, we got to know each other, right?
Yeah.
Remember you saying to me, "Well, what's your problem with Tracy Blackwell?" Blah blah, and I didn't really go into it apart from, "Look, I've got issues with her." Blah blah, and that's it. Do you now see where John Lawrence is? Because where John Lawrence is now is where you were about a year ago.
Yeah,
exactly. All the way.
Spot on.
And I was as well. When it happened, I was behind for about 2 or 3 months until someone said to me it wasn't Islamic. I was like, "What do you mean it wasn't Islamic? You're joking, aren't you?" I looked into it and I thought, "Oh shit." And that's where it all started. People started.
Danny, I was blinded to what you were saying about Tracy because, no offense, I thought you was an arsehole at the time because
of course.
We knew had past arguments, so I wasn't ready to hear it from you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You was right.
I can't tell. They just wouldn't have it.
Hold on.
It's a grieving woman. How dare you? It's a grieving woman. How dare you? I'm like, yeah, I get that. I do get that. But it's like, shit, man. You got to know the truth here.
I just think that there should be an investigation and it should be looked into because there are
we agree on that.
There are investigations about the passenger and the passenger being linked to ISIS or support.
That's James Goddard allegations, that is.
Huh?
But I'd still like to have that investigated. To be fair, so we can just completely rule it out. I'd still like that.
Yeah. It wasn't investigated as a murder, that's the problem. So the high tech, the phones, the computers weren't took off them in the same way it would have been, it was murder. That's the issue. I want car death injuries investigated for murder also, because they should be just in case, you know what I mean? Just in case.
Mm.
It's a weapon, isn't it? We all agree it's a weapon.
I don't know, because I seem to remember at the time that the person's name was given out and people were screenshotting certain things on Facebook and putting them around. I do believe that was put around. I do believe at the time it was put around and there were certain posts. But again, Facebook posts can be faked. I must admit that.
They can be, but even then, if that was the case, he's not even showing me a fake one. He's not showing anyone the fake one that he says he's got.
Yeah.
You think he would have just put the video out on screen and said, "Oh, here it is, dickheads. Shut up, dickheads." That's what he's done. You know Goddard. If he can shut us up, he'd shut us up. But he can't.
Oh, Goddard can't shut no one up. He ran away from 2 women in Liverpool.
You know what I mean? I've seen where people called him out and all of a sudden he's trying to get his phone up on the screen. He's trying to prove to people, "Look, here's the email, here's this, here's that." He would just show us, wouldn't he? But he don't show no one shit. Because he ain't got it to show. At least Busker has shown you ladies something.
It's very irritating. It's very irritating because what they're doing, and it's very clever, really. just like when the Tommy Robinson movement called out with Tommy the grooming gangs, the reply from the Muslim community was, "Oh, you're being Islamophobic and look at the white paedophiles," right?
Yeah.
When you call out this movement for what have they done with the funding that they've raised, they go, "Oh, you're being unsympathetic. This woman's child has died, and this is the facts of what we're appealing for."
Yeah. I suffered that for a year, Jupiter.
What everybody's doing is avoiding the actual fucking question and answering with something totally irrelevant.
Yeah.
You
Bang
should
on.
some people are so stupid to believe you.
I can't disagree at all. I suffered that for a year. People not wanting to take the emotion out of it, just calling me a twat for even bringing a name into the conversation. You know, I'm like, fuck me.
And they all try and turn it around to Tommy all the time. You know?
Yeah.
And my question back to them is, well, look, if you believe that Tommy's a wrong 'un and Tommy's a scammer and all these things, and you're hang on. So if they believe that Tommy's all these bad things, and they're saying, yeah, but what about Tommy? My question back to them is, well, are you saying that Tommy's all these bad things and Tracy's not as bad as Tommy? Because that's not a defence. It's not a defence to say that Tracy's not as bad as Tommy.
Yeah.
But she would call Tommy a child handler. I was thinking, what planet are you on?
Nah. What?
Huh?
She called Tommy a what?
A child handler.
Child handler.
Handler? What? Never heard that one before.
That's a new one on me.
You know?
Yeah, that was the thing, right? So, I remember being really, really shocked. And that was one of the first times that I started to think something ain't right here. You know? Why would you sit there and call somebody a child handler? Do you know what a child handler is?
Well, I presume like a child pimp, you mean? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, like a person who keeps children and then supplies them to paedophiles.
Fuck me, no. Well, I can't now.
You said this to me in the pub. I was like, you're nuts. You're nuts. I'm sorry.
The lefties would have fucking brought that out by now, wouldn't they?
Yeah. That's what she said to me. I was like, you're nuts. I was like, this is pathetic. I was like, you're nuts. I remember thinking that. You've gone lost your mind.
I can't see that at all.
Look, anyone who thinks Jews run the world have lost their mind.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard that as well. Yeah, that was pretty silly, man.
Yeah. This lockdown helps a lot of people on the internet now running around thinking they know it all and fucking God knows what, and it's hilarious, man. You think, fuck me. They haven't even been on a week. You know what about it? Fuck, you know. Makes me laugh.
What lockdown?
Well, the lockdown that I had to have about 3 weeks ago, because I was got on. My old daughter said to me, "You know Uncle So and So." I was like, "Yeah." "You went to see him yesterday?" I goes, "Yeah, why? What's it got to do with you?" "He's just been diagnosed." I was like, "You fucking joking. You better lock down, Dad. 2 weeks." I was like, "You're joking." She was on my arse every day. She phoned me, "You been out?" "No, I haven't." I did lie, but not. I wouldn't tell her shit because she just kicked me at it. But she was very. You make sure you stay in. You know what I mean? The younger generation will take it a lot more serious than the older generation. I'll tell you that.
Well, COVID's just been found in beach water for the first time. Don't know what that means.
In what?
Beach water.
I didn't know there was fucking a such thing called beach water. I thought beach was a beach and water was water.
Salt water.
Yeah. That's surprising. We live in salt water, isn't it?
Might have something to do with all the fucking COVID-infested fucking wannabes coming across the channel and fucking falling in it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, I don't know. I don't know much about. I'm not a fucking scientist. I just know that if so many thousand doctors are going to tell me to wear a mask, I'll believe them. If a few hundred are going to say, "Nah, it's not bollocks," then I'll believe the thousands and leave them on. So that's just me. That's just where I am. Just me.
It's like Goddard today. He made one of those community post things, yeah?
Yeah.
And it was just as Boris promised, yeah, the army are now on the streets of Birmingham.
Yeah,
I thought, oh, must have a look, right?
Go on.
And you know what it was?
No,
it was RAF servicemen helping out the local council who were knocking on everyone's door, asking them if they wanted a free test or not. Not saying they had to have it, just asking them if they wanted to have one.
Yeah.
How many people, when you believed him saying that, didn't go and check it out like you did?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? They
Have you
tell
read
people what they want you to
There
believe.
seems to be a north-south divide. Apparently, it's worse up north than it is down south.
I don't know, love, but he disgusted me with his headline, and then when I read what it was, just the RAF servicemen helping out. You know, they weren't patrolling the fucking streets with guns or anything. They were helping out.
Yeah, because mark my words, this is what's happening, right? All right, we're all afraid of martial law. Nobody really wants to have martial law, yeah? No one really wants it because that means that your country's gone fucking shit up, arse up. But Black Lives Matter, and these extreme left and these extreme right, they're after taking down the police.
Yeah.
Already making attacks on veterans and stuff, if you think about it.
Yeah.
The next thing is that they'll want to take down the army, even if it's on home soil. That's what it is, because they want to bring down the establishments. Whereas me, I'd rather keep the establishments, sort out the corrupt individuals that are corrupting it, and get it running proper again.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the system doesn't need to change in certain areas. Of course it does, but our system works a bloody hell lot better than the rest of the world. Otherwise, we wouldn't have so many fucking people trying to get in.
Yes, well said, Jupiter.
Exactly.
Yeah, bang on.
And this is the problem. These people, the extremists, the extreme liberals, the extreme religious, the extreme right, the extreme left, all of the extremists, they just want to bring anarchy because they think, all of them individually, think that they are going to be the ones that can overthrow the rest of the extremists and that they will be the ones that will be in power. Yeah. And I don't want any of these extremists in. None of them.
That's right.
I'm fed up of the scare tactics. I mean, Jupiter, seriously, if a young soldier was to knock on your door and say, oh, you know, do you want this test? No, you don't have to have it, but we're offering it free. Blah. Are you telling me you'd be scared?
No, I wouldn't be scared. I'd be asking them, how is the test? What kind of test have you got?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And then I'd make my decision. I'm not going to be terrified of a fucking soldier, no.
Thank you. You know, so if you fail, Goddard, I keep putting these little messages out to him because everything he does, I'm watching. Yeah, and putting up a community post like that and thinking I'm not going to go looking into it. Well, I did. Fucking idiot.
Yes, they rely. I'm sure a lot of their followers just don't bother checking anything out that they're told.
No.
Have you seen nativists? Do you remember a few weeks ago we read a post out on here from some bloke called Alex who was in the PA, and he ended up in the Telegram group and he was putting out the White Lives banners and he got beat up by Antifa. Do you remember, Wendy?
Yeah. Yeah.
But apparently,
Alex of London, that was, yeah.
Yeah, Alex of London. He had him on his show to explain all what happened 2 days ago. And because of that, Nativist, who was named in that piece, put out a sort of video against Liam, and Liam done a video playing it, what they were saying about him, and rebutting them. So they're all infighting. But do you know what they called Liam to try and defeat him? A paedophile.
See?
It's just getting ridiculous now. Every time somebody disagrees with them, they're a paedophile.
So what they're going to do is make that word mean nothing.
Exactly. And then when it is important and it does, and someone is a paedophile, and they get called as a paedophile, people are like, yeah, everyone says that. You know, it will mean nothing.
Exactly.
Why I would never call anyone a paedophile without having like the proof that they are, because it's a total disrespect and lack of respect for the victims of that. You know, to go throwing that around. So,
well, it can get people beaten up, can't it? It can get innocent people beaten up.
Yeah, definitely. But it does seem to be the order of the day. Oh, you're a pedo, or a pedo protector. It's all you hear.
Yeah, but apparently that's what Busker is, isn't it?
Oh, of course. And he's He's a grass. He's a pedo protector. I've heard it all.
Yeah.
I'm also getting it when I've got posts up on Facebook. I'm getting people commenting saying, "Admins, do you know this is a friend of a grass?" You know, yes, yeah, I mean, yeah. Last one I was admins. Do you know this person's a friend of Busker? You know, I'm like, and you know, but people seem to think that by commenting that below my posts on different Facebook groups, that the admins will rush in and go, "Oh, he's a friend of Busker. Remove him, block him, kick him out the group." I'm like, that's what it's come to. It's all your fault, Busker.
Yeah,
All your fault, mate. You got a lot to answer for.
Yeah. I'm really sorry. I'll go to confession.
If it turns out you are lying, mate, I'm going to hunt you down and I'll be your worst nightmare. I tell you. Forget James Goddard. If you ever turned out that you were lying, God.
I've always exposed the truth.
I know, mate. I know. In fact, no, I wouldn't. I would say when your Jupiter off, it'd be more scary. You'd have Wendy and Jupiter at your door.
Yeah, but Busker's problem is the way he goes about it. That's his problem. But he has got better.
I've told Busker this, haven't I, Busker?
Yeah.
What about delivery, mate? What about delivery? And I know you're a hothead, but
Oh, come on, at least I didn't come on and go,
Slags.
I'll give you that one. Yeah.
No, but you might have done if we were against you. You might have
Yeah,
done.
you will.
You bitches, how dare you believe that Goddard person?
Yeah, see, I mean, you and James were very similar like that. The way you start screaming and shouting like nutcases.
Well, I can never. If you ever call him on here, I'm coming off. I'm not staying on here to talk to you.
What?
If you're getting back on here to speak, I'm going to just go. I'm not going to even bother talking to you.
Who back on here to speak? Look, he's no one special. He's just somebody called James.
Bring a special one on. Be nice to chat to you.
But he can't control himself. He really can't.
Slags.
No, you know what? I ain't even gonna. And I didn't let him finish. I just kicked him off. Just go to hell.
Tonight.
Pardon?
Huh? Angel Man, she's not been here tonight. I wonder why.
I don't know. This Jason Matthews been what's this? Big respect to Mandy Moo and Jupiter for holding people to account and holding her feet to the fire, finding out the truth.
Dual-faced monkey got so angry.
I can't work this guy out.
Mandy Moo, are you nuts?
It seems like he's picking you up tonight, but he was against you last night.
Yeah. And he gets my name wrong.
She don't like being called a Mandy.
Oh no, it's Mandy Moo. M-O-O. What an idiot.
Well, that reminds me of Ralph when we reduced him to.
Oh, and reduced him to making cow noises, I know.
That was fun. Dual-faced monkey got so upset with tonight's stream that while we were on the live, right, he's gone all the way over to my channel just to leave a comment underneath and then delete it so no one else can read it. What an idiot. Yeah.
Oh.
Some people are so dark, they really think I'm going to be bothered what they say. I've been called every name under the sun on these channels. I still keep going. I still will.
Is that why some people leave a comment, then they delete it, but you can still read it? Is that why some people do that?
They know you get a notification of it.
Oh, okay. Could never figure that one out.
Yeah. Weird, isn't it? Very weird.
I couldn't figure that guy out on your panel last night.
Yeah. Well, they think it's gonna. Oh God, yeah. My God.
She's just remembered.
Did you fall asleep in the end, Wendy? Because actually, towards the end, Jupiter and us were getting on okay at the end. But at one point, I was like, "Oh, there's going to be fireworks here." But they got on in the end.
Yeah, was you getting worried, was you, Jason?
I was like, "Oh my God, they're going to fight each other. It's going to be World War III now." God. Battle of the Wake Up UK hosts. God. I was like, no, I'll leave them to it. They're grown adults, and you
exactly.
You took it up to like number 9, and then you found out you had a bit in common, and you sort of brought it back down to a level 4 or 5, where you started to realise that you wasn't against each other.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I don't think I agree with a lot. I reckon.
No, yeah, you disagree with a lot of things.
Yeah. I reckon put him in a chat full of black people, or would that man be racist? He pretends he wouldn't, but would he? Yes, he would.
Oh, we should try that one day. Chuck him in Veli's live stream and see what happens.
Oh, I'd love him to go on, but he'd end up agreeing with them all.
Be nice having both him and John, James and John on here. That'd be nice.
James and John, yeah. Like when he said if he'd been if they'd called him up in the draft in America for Vietnam, oh well, I'd have moved to Canada. That's what a lot of them did.
People like him annoy me, right? Because at one point Jason said, I think you were still there, Wendy. Jupiter, have you told him that you're in an interracial relationship?
Yes, I was still there at that point. Yeah.
Quite people. I said no. I just wanted to see his own bias. He said, "Oh, but I wasn't." I said, "No, it was pouring out of you, mate. You could see what he was thinking. It really irritated me."
I mean, poor old America's done nothing for him, has it?
Yeah, but we have to admit, Wendy, that America's got much different race relations to Britain.
Oh, far worse. Yeah.
And a lot of Americans don't know that. They don't understand that Britain's so much more different. So they judge they judged all of Europe on the same as America, when it's nothing like it. Nothing like it. We've got our problems there, but it's nothing like what they've got over there.
Oh, when he started going on to the wars, I was sat here and I thought, yes, rubbing my hands. And then he started going off the wars. I thought, oh, God, now I can't get him.
I know. But in the end, I left. I ran away from him. Was you still on there? Because you were still there, but with your mic off.
Oh, no, I'd gone to bed, love. I'd gone to bed when it was calming down. And you were talking race relations and everything. I thought, oh, right. Okie dokie then.
Yeah. No, I just in the end I said to him, I'm tired, I've got to go. And he even tried keeping me there. That's what he done. But I think what was most annoying about him, Jason, if I'll be truthful, is he wouldn't let anybody else speak.
Yeah, he does. He's got a gift of the gab, hasn't he? Definitely. He does go on a bit when he talks. And I can see
but even if you say to him, "Oh, I don't quite agree with that," he just goes off on another ramble. He doesn't ask why. Not interested in who he's talking to. He's full of pissing importance. And how he was an interviewer, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I said this to Ed. He sort of answers the question, but then he flows into another topic, and you forget what you even asked him. So, and I've said to Ed, about this, but I think he's used to being on a. Well, he's worked in the radio business. He's used to being on the radio, just talking without callers. It's a bit different when you're doing a chat thing where people are calling in to speak and have a two-way conversation.
Yeah, when you're talking, it's best to make sense. So when
that's good as well, but.
Oh God! I said also, how do you feel about America dropping the atomic bombs on Japan? So Jupiter, he says, I thought, what? What? He didn't seem to have an opinion on that.
Yeah, he avoided a lot of things, and he had his own agenda. And although I couldn't quite work out exactly what it was, and
He's
then
he's a raving lefty, Jupiter.
yeah, and then on top of it, as much as I get on with Dell chipping in and backing him up when I'm talking nonsense. It's just like the hammer on the head. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. And saying, yeah, I know he's right. I've got all this fucking information. You don't even know what we're arguing yet. I was like, no, Jesus.
You and Dell disagreed, Jupiter. That's not you. That's unusual.
What?
So did you say you and Dell disagreed?
Oh, me and Dell disagree quite often, actually. Has Dell not told you?
No, I thought you got on most things with you and Dell.
Yeah, no, we do get on, but
they can disagree. I've heard them.
Yeah, we can disagree. Yeah, I have to say to him, no, Dale, I'm not disrespecting you, but I don't agree with that. No, and then I'll tell him my point of view.
Yeah.
I've even told Dale before, no, you need to listen to what I'm saying first before you disagree with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not being listened to. I'm going on mute, she says.
Yeah. There's no point being there if they're not going to listen. The thing is, I don't mind people disagreeing with me. A lot of people do actually, because being in, even though I'm centre right, I would say I'm quite centrist on a lot of things, and because of that, you're going to get both sides arguing with you because they want you to be more pulled to their way. So I don't mind people disagreeing with me. But I'd like them to at least listen to what I think before they disagree with you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It does me head in when you can't have a two-way conversation. And like I always say to people, I don't believe that debates get anyone anywhere. I think it should be discussion.
Yeah. Well, I don't get why people hold up Muhammad Ali in such great esteem. I really don't.
Well, he was a racist as well, wasn't he?
Yep.
A right royal racist. You know, I never found that out till I was much older because you get all this propaganda about how great they are and everything else. And then when you start looking and you start seeing old shows when you was probably a kid and he's being interviewed and he's saying certain things. And you're like, whoa.
Well, the white man. Everything was the white man. And 400 years and all the rest of it.
Yeah. It's kind of, I find that really disturbing when you get people like that, though, that are black, because to me, it's like they've got no self-responsibility and they don't believe in themselves. Because, look, the system can work for you and it can work against you, but it depends on how you use the system yourself.
Mm.
You know.
Well, you know, he was this big Muslim or whatever. But later in his life, he didn't really follow any faith.
The thing is, he was selfish. He did something for himself that he knew other people didn't do. And,
well, they would never get the chance to do it, would they, love? So,
yeah. And that's what I don't. To be fair, if I'm going to say something negative about John Lawrence, because I actually quite like John Lawrence, but if I'm going to be negative about him, I could never. And I'm not black, obviously. I'm white, so it doesn't really affect me, but it does because I'm in an interracial relationship. My husband's black. My children are mixed race. I could never, if I was mixed race, want to be in a movement where I'd get a pass and excuse for doing something, but everybody else who's the same as me would be treated different. I don't agree with that.
Well, yeah.
I don't think there's any honour in that. I really don't. I really don't. And It saddens me actually, because I think he could have been a really good, because he does like going to protest. He's a very active activist. He does highlight things. He's very good at filming. He gets in places. He's good at talking. I mean, he's not the most articulate or the most intelligent person I've met, but a lot of people do seem to like him.
You know what, John doesn't ever claim to be articulate or intellectual or well-read or any of those things. He's more of a people person. And you know, I agree, I like John as well. And I really do hope that at some point he does what he did with Britain First and he realises he's got into something that's not quite where he should be. And that's Wendy's phone.
No, it's not my phone, Mum.
Oh, isn't it?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm hoping that John does what he did with Britain First. He went there, he was there for a few months, found out it wasn't quite what he thought it was, or it wasn't for him. I think he said he didn't like the bullying culture, and he found out that there'd been domestic violence or something going on with Jada and Paul. I don't know much about that, but John said that that's partly why he came away. And I'm hoping that John will just look at what's going on with PA and FNO and repatriation and the 14 words and all this crap, and realise that it's not what he's about. He doesn't. It's
exactly the same shit.
Yeah.
It's all the same shit.
And I think John will then realise that actually, like, he's better than all that, you know. And the thing is, John's following is going to be looking. I mean, I said to John for a long time, your followers, John, are so bloody confused. You're quoting the 14 words. You're dropping the word white. You're calling for a multicultural ethno state as if that could ever even exist, you know. And like, it doesn't make any sense, you know. He's like, well, yeah, but you know, I've always been friends with James. I can still be friends with James. I'm like, well, you can, but you haven't got to agree with someone just because you're friends, you know.
Yeah, but that's quite interesting, because it was only about 4 weeks ago when that dreaded saga of him and the fucking missus having a row.
Yeah, I think the thumb screws have been applied to John, and he's like, okay, I'll side with you a lot more.
Yeah, but I just want to say this.
The dark side, and he's like just submitted and like giving into it.
Yeah,
I think hopefully he'll find the strength to get away from it and be his own man, you know.
Yeah, but it's only 4 weeks ago he wasn't getting on with James Goddard.
Well, exactly. So
I don't understand how he can fall out with people. And it's funny, isn't it, that James Goddard falls out with people and then makes up with them and they all forgive him.
Yeah.
That probably doesn't help the elevated state of grandeur that he's got in his own mind. It's crazy. To me, it's crazy. Is your chat frozen, Wendy?
No.
That's weird.
Yeah, a few people have been saying in the side chat that it's frozen, but
don't
it
know.
happens on YouTube sometimes. Usually when you refresh, it works. Oh, Jupiter, someone said they sent a link to a video from Kai. Have you seen that?
Okay. What have you emailed me it, Kai?
It says, Jupiter, I have just sent a link to that video.
Okay, well, I'll send it
Just
to
sent a
her.
minute ago.
I can't be bothered tonight. As it is, I've got to catch up because the chat did freeze.
Oh, we've got Betty Bennett in the side chat as well. Hello, Betty.
Betty actually could give us an insight on a few things that have been going on in the background. Surely she must know.
Yeah, but do we want to put Betty in that situation? Because when Betty and John were in a relationship, you know, and sometimes people that come out of a relationship are not the best people to go public and talk about the other person in that relationship. And it wouldn't be fair to put Betty on the spot to come on here and speak about John.
No, I'm not asking her to speak about John, but what she's seen behind the scenes. How genuine does she feel, people?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah, but I hope Betty understands why I'm saying what I'm saying, but I don't. It's often not fair to put people on the spot like that when they, you know what I mean. What I mean is, whatever Betty says, people say, yeah, but you're bitter because you're John's ex, so that's you could be talking crap. So there's always that side to it as well.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, you do get a lot of that, don't you?
I'm not saying Betty would do that, but she'd be accused of it. And that's why I wouldn't want to bet you in a situation whereby everyone says, "Oh, you're the bitter ex, you're the bitter ex." You know.
I don't know. It's all crazy. It's all a crazy lust for control. That's what I think. And they've got no realistic goal of actually getting anywhere where they can have power over the country. These lot, they're nutters.
I think Victoria West has just done that with her hand on the face emoji. Does she mean she's done the bitter X thing? I mean, yeah, well, we're probably all guilty of that at some point. You know, when we're all feeling a bit hurt, you know, a bit hard done by someone.
Mm-hmm.
We've all been there. We thought, you arsehole. I'm going to tell your mates what a dick you are. You know?
Yeah, Victoria, my chat froze. I've just refreshed it a couple of times. It's working. Now it's froze again. There's something going on with the chat. Weird. So what else has been going on in the news?
Oh, nothing. Just all about last night's debate with Trump and fucking Biden. Like, hey, interesting not. What else has been going on? Nothing. Oh, Boris and his two sidekicks had a one of those TV update things at 5 o'clock, basically saying the same as what he said the last time.
Oh God, nuts! I just don't know. I don't think that they know what's going on in the country. I don't know. I don't think they've got a proper contingency plan. I wouldn't want to tell people not to take the test or have the injections in case they all start dropping down dead. But at the same time, there ain't even an injection yet that you can have. So it's all nuts. All of it's gone nuts. I just think we should have just done the herd immunity in one go, to be honest.
Well, I don't know how a government thinks, you know, this virus. I don't understand how a government thinks it can get rid of a virus. If you know what I mean, because
Wendy, can you see what Betty's written in the side here? I don't know if Betty wants to come on, or whether you want to get Betty on. Or, you know, I don't want to be like suggesting that she doesn't. You know, if she wants to come on and you want her on, then go ahead. You know, I'll just give him my opinion on it.
Oh, she felt, yeah.
So Betty may want to come on, and you may want to bring her on.
Oh, she's welcome to come on. I think she knows that, but I was not a bitter ex. I was just honest and was pressured into going on that panel to defend myself. Yeah, because they were more or less making her out to be a liar, and he kept saying that I can't remember what name he kept calling her, but he kept saying that she must have seen the suitcase or whatever the hell that meant. I can't remember. I don't even know why he went public with it, to be honest.
It's madness. I can't see any of the chat. I've refreshed it and I think the last comment I can see is Johnny Reggae saying scared of the truth, Wendy.
Yeah. Oh, I
Are you
don't
looking
know.
at the chat in StreamYard or the chat on the YouTube page?
On YouTube.
Okay, on the YouTube tab, you got a laptop. On the YouTube tab, try pressing Control, Shift, and the R key, and that does a reload. Yeah, Control, Shift, R. It does a reload, and it clears your cache at the same time, so it doesn't reload what was already there.
Yeah, I'm sitting with only a lamp on. I don't think I'll probably fuck up. I'm sitting here thinking,
I always look at the YouTube chat in StreamYard on the right hand side.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because whenever I go onto YouTube to look at it,
And the weird thing
Jupiter
is,
falls out.
and the reason I do that as well is that if I look at the chat in StreamYard, I can see Victoria West Payne, but when I go to my YouTube tab, I can't see Victoria West Payne. So it's really weird.
Yeah. Strange, huh?
She says that she's never blocked anyone. And I looked in my block list because there was a time when we didn't really get on. And I had her blocked. And I unblocked her, but she still can't see me. And I still can't see her. It's strange.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to check your Google, though, because you know what Google do sometimes? They put people on your block list.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
They did that to me with Dave Smith ages ago. And I was like, I can't see Dave Smith. And he come on the panel one day and I said, why have you blocked me? What have I done? He went, I've not blocked you. I went, well, I can't see your things. He went, all right, I'll go and check. And he went away and checked. He went, no, you're not blocked. So he went, check yours. I went, check mine. There he was, sitting on the top of the list.
Weird.
Yeah. Nuts.
Haven't seen Irish tonight either.
No, that's interesting. Yeah, there seemed to be some that are not bothering. I mean, since Emily started up, we don't have any of them come over anymore. Remember, we used to have Yum Yum and Stevie Atheist used to come over. She don't really come over.
But
question I was going to ask you, Jupiter. I saw a video earlier. It popped up, notification thing popped up from Easy on the Open Debate channel, and it said open apology to Emily. And I didn't have a chance to watch it. I was busy, so I went back half hour later to click on it to see what it was, and it said the channel owner's taken the video down. So I didn't get to see what it was all about. But what's going on there? Has he
Easy's very hurt and upset at the moment.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I've not been a chance seeing any of his videos since he took his
I
channel down.
think Easy wants to make up with Emily, but he doesn't want to make up with some of the others. That's what it is down to. It's very complicated, and if we say it out on live, it could make it worse for other people.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe we shouldn't.
Yeah, but
maybe them two need a private phone call to sort things out rather than.
I don't think that will happen. I don't think Easy's seeing the bigger picture. I think he's far better off just concentrating on himself and moving on, to be honest. But for some people it's hard, isn't it? When you grow trust for somebody and then that trust is sort of broken, or you realise that person doesn't think of you the same way as you think of them, it can be hard.
Yeah.
And I think that's what it is. I think, he's just but he hasn't helped himself because he did have a bit of a meltdown, Jason. But that Esau's in the thick of it all. You know that, Wendy, didn't you?
Yes, I found out from Easy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's in the thick of it all over there as well. Did you see Esau coming on Village today?
Oh no, I missed that one. What do you want?
He came on to argue with Raj like a baby, the big baby that he is.
Oh God.
Apparently, the only reason why he's so nasty a person is because Raj says he's gay and he's not gay and he can't prove it. What a load of bollocks.
Oh God, he's such a liar, isn't he?
Yeah.
Then again, Easy's numbers weren't easy. Valley's numbers weren't that great today neither. But then again, sometimes I put it down to his topics because it makes me laugh.
The problem with Easy, right? I'll tell you what Easy's problem is. He wants to do a channel, but he doesn't. But he hasn't got the time or the dedication to do it.
Well, therefore, he can't do one then.
Exactly, and I would never do an all-day channel, because if you do an all-day channel, you've got to sit there all day. That's the bottom line, unless you can get other people to do it for you. Real was quite lucky when I did it for him way back when. But he abused that situation, and that's when he lost out. Belly's quite lucky because people come in and out, and they're quite respectful, and then they go off.
Yeah.
And he listens to it all day. Belly might be working, but he's listening to it.
Yeah, yeah.
So as soon as he gets a chance, he comes on and then says what he thinks. You know what I mean? But with Easy's not even a talker.
No.
And at the moment, he's so fixated on his personal problem that even if you try and go on and talk about other subjects, he just wants to draw it all the way back to that again. And nobody really wants to go on and talk about what's going on with him. If you understand what I mean.
Of course not. No. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Because it's not going to help him, because he's got to go forward. He did make a little bit of progress, and people were going over there. But he's got to keep with it. He's got to let people on. He's got to talk to people. He's got to keep putting videos up, and he's just got to keep with it. It's going to be hard, because the 20 people that he had to start off with, that would have been his core foundation, all fucked off to Emily's. Yeah, we get that. So he's only got 2 or 3 or 4 people going on there now. But it will get bigger again if he just carries on with it and then sort of like advertises it elsewhere. But I don't know.
But as you say, he's not a talker. Oh, I don't know. Well, I know what I told him, advised him to do, but
I've always said YouTube isn't for everyone, Wendy, is it? It can be a brutal.
No.
It can be. You got to be thick-skinned, resilient. You're gonna get called all sorts. You're gonna get called a liar.
Oh God, yeah.
You get called a nonce dog. You get called all sorts, you know. And if you can't take it on the chin without losing your shit, then you can't run a channel, you know. Because
you've got a sense of humour as well, though. There's a lot of people who can't even laugh at themselves. Do you know what I mean? I mean, we all get angry. We've all got areas where we get upset and stuff. But at the same time, sometimes someone comes on and says the most god-awful thing to me, but it comes across so funny. Even I find it funny. Do you know what I mean? Or it brings an image in my head that makes me laugh.
Yeah, what was it Natty said the other day? And I couldn't help but laugh. But oh yeah, he goes, yeah, we had Black Lives Matter, and then of course we had the people for Statues Lives Matter. I've noticed a change in him as well. He's calmed down a bit.
Yes. Yes. He has calmed down. There's a few of them that have calmed down. They said to me, when I went on there yesterday, they said to me to try and diss me. I can't remember who it was. It might be Afghan. I can't remember who. But they said, and you do know that you got nominated for the most racist person online. I said, did I? I said, well, don't talk to me about it unless I fucking won the thing.
Yeah, exactly. Nominated's not good enough.
Yeah. It was like laughing. And they did say, but Schiffer's gone missing, and he weren't there today. I think he's had enough because he kept getting into arguments. But he was arguing with people for the sake of arguing.
Yeah.
But he weren't very nice from day dot. Right from the day he turned up, he was horrible, weren't he?
Yeah, and he hated all white people. Then he began to change. And he began to say he'd argue with people who hated white people. And I was sitting there one day and I thought, is this really the same guy that said he was going to whip my granddaughter's back and put all white people as devils and things like that? Can you remember, Jupiter?
Yeah, well, that's what annoys me, because when things like that happen, you would expect other people to call it out. If they're really against racism, you've got to be against racism for all. And when they sit there and they listen to them saying, "Oh yeah, they're going to whip your granddaughter, your granddaughter's back," and they honestly think that you're not going to get offended.
Yeah.
You know, it's the some of these people are so fucked up with their bitterness that they're spiteful. It's almost like they want to hurt you because they're hurt, kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's really sad what goes on.
But then I call them the cast of roots, and then all merry hell gets lets loose. Well, I'm sorry, you know, if he's going to sit there and say that, no one's going to say anything to him. I'm going to start with the Kizzies and the Tobies. I don't care.
Well, how about that day when I got into the row with Maku and I said to him, "You're a Toby," and he went, "What?" I went, "Yeah, you're a Toby dog." "You being racist?" I said, "No, it's Cockney, mate." He went, "No, it ain't." Someone went away, looked back and said, "It is actually. She's telling the truth." He went, "Well, why didn't you say Toby Muggs to begin with?" I said, "Don't have to." He went, "Yeah, you do." I said, "You didn't know what it was a minute ago." He went, "Yeah, but you got to say the whole thing." I was like, "No, you don't. You don't have to say the whole thing." And then he said something else. I went, "Oh, for God's sake, give me a monkeys and I'll shut up." He went, "You're doing it wrong." I went, "No, I'm not. It's slang." He went, "What do you mean slang?" I went, "It's money." He went, "No, it's not. You just said monkeys." I said, "Yeah." I said, "Give me monkeys and I'll shut up." Anyway, they went away and checked and they come back. They went, "She's right again," right?
Right.
And then he carried on. I went, "Do you know what? Your brain, you're about as useful as a chocolate teapot." That was it. He went, "No."
Oh, God. So Jupiter, has Hector ever done live streams in the past? Has he ever? He must sit and watch you do them and think, you know, has he ever thought of jumping on himself?
No, he's
No,
not.
not Hector.
No.
No.
I enjoy watching that. I like listening to Hector. He's a good guy.
He comes on sometimes, very rarely, but sometimes with me, we do a live stream together. We do a review or whatever.
Have you never
But
said
no.
that?
Oh yeah, you've done a few of them, haven't
Have
you?
you never said
Yeah.
to Hector, Hector, take over for half hour, you know, and left him on it and stuff?
No, he soon find if she's using the phone, he soon find her and give her the phone back.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Sometimes I've been cooking and I go to him. Oh, they're all chatting. Look, I'll just leave it there. If they call for me, just tell them I'm just doing something. I'll be back. And he goes, "Oh, she's not here at the minute." He talks for 10 minutes and then he's looking at me daggers. Like,
Yeah.
I come to it's all right. And he's like, and signals, "Get over here and take it back." Yeah. No, he don't like doing it. It's not his thing.
He's like, "Oh, they're your crazy online friends. Take them away."
Yeah. But as he says, most of them in real life, it's true actually, most of them in real life you probably wouldn't talk to.
Yeah, true.
You know,
You
a
wouldn't
lot
say
of
half the
people-
things you say online that you say offline, you know.
Yeah, half of them are nuts. You know. And I've got a bit of a quirky sort of like sense of humour, so I humour people that he wouldn't humour, if you know what I mean. So I'd be
No,
quite,
he's straight to the point, isn't he?
yeah. He won't be rude, but you just won't.
No, not rude.
You'll come round, he'll be gone. You'll be talking to yourself.
Yeah,
Whereas me,
he's never got time for it, has he?
no. But no, I'm lucky with Hector. He adores me. He adores me. He does. And I adore him. I've got a really blessed relationship, and I hate saying it because people think I'm trying to be horrible to other people or brag or whatever. But I am really lucky. He adores me so much. He's the kind of partner that he gets happy just seeing me happy. Do you know what I mean?
Ah, right, yeah.
So he's always happy to sort of like, and he likes sort of like just being there as a sort of like protect, just there. He likes
Just
to
that,
be,
yeah.
yeah. He is a bit of an instigator at times though, because I've got being a bit of a hothead and being very outspoken. I'm like that in life. What you see online is me in real life. I'm no different when it comes to being outspoken. And there's times, you know, where I've been outside and I've ended up getting into an argument with someone over something, and he encourages it. He don't try and calm me down. He encourages it. Yeah. And I'll say to him sometimes, "You're bad, you know, because you always take my side." He said, "Well, you were right again." But yeah, no. So we enjoy our life. We find pleasure in simple things. Yeah. A lot of other people would probably be bored of our life, but we can talk for hours as well. So if I wasn't on here, me and him would be talking for hours.
Yeah.
His brother once come to live with us for a little while, right? Years
Yeah.
ago. And he said, "You two have been together years now. How do you manage to sit up talking to each other till 3 o'clock in the morning?" He said that.
Oh, right. Well,
yeah.
If you like talking politics and everything else and whatever, you know, if you can always find something to talk about, that's good.
Yeah. I'm just reading the comments. They've only just come up again. Someone's saying, I haven't looked at Sarah Garvey for a while. Someone's saying, is Sarah Garvey a friend of 9EFA? Have you seen his last post? So let's go and see his community post. What is it? You've seen it, Wendy. Do you know?
No, I'm not interested in him since the Tommy debate.
No, have I been.
So Jupiter, you said about you and Hector. You talked to the early hours in the morning. Do you? I'm guessing you share the same politics on things and tend to have the same opinion on a lot of
Sorry,
things.
you're breaking up.
So it sounds like you share the same opinions as Hector on a lot of things and get on really well and have a great relationship. But no one's that perfect. So my question is, what is the things that you don't agree on? Have you got like one particular thing that you are really different on? Like, do you have different taste in music to him or something? Or has he got a hobby that you can't stand, or you've got a hobby that he can't stand, or just something where you're divided? Not arguing, but
oh, he's into football. He's really into football, and
you're not into football.
No.
There's always something that separates people, isn't there?
Yeah. Football is his little vice. He loves football.
Right.
And he has to watch every one of his team games. Has to.
Oh, I remember you saying about turning the TV off that time when he went mad.
Yeah,
I remember that conversation. Yeah.
If he misses the game, it upsets him. And he's got a certain routine as well that he believes that if he doesn't, if there's things he can do while he's watching it and things he can't do while he's watching it, otherwise it'll affect the game.
Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah. But I've got used to those quirky ways. It don't bother me at all. No. But some people probably would, some wives would get annoyed. But it's not like, I mean, he does go to watch the matches, and I've been with him to watch Arsenal as well, and so have the kids. But it's not that as if he goes to watch the lives that much. He just watches football on the TV. He doesn't actually go there that much, so it's not really an encumbrance to me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I've been, but me and the kids have been with him as well. Watch it. Like if he feels like going, you say, "Shall we all go to football?" and that. Kids loved it when they went. Seeing it live though is much better than watching it on the TV.
On the TV, yeah.
Yeah, even I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the going and watching it live. I'm trying to find this post, see what he's supposed to have written.
You know what, Jupiter? I can imagine you, right, at kiddies' football matches on the sidelines going nuts at the ref. I can imagine one of their mums going.
My older 5 were really into football. They all still play football now as adults, and
yeah.
Yeah, I used to. Yeah, oh God, when my older 5 was small. God, every weekend was filled up with going to fucking five-a-sides or fucking a
That's
football
it.
match on
Yeah.
Sunday. It's good. It was good for one thing because we had a good social life because you're always doing fundraising for this or fundraising for that for the teams and everything. And of course, you get the presentation night and all that stuff. Yeah, no. Luckily enough, my youngest boy is more intellectual. He's not at all into football, or well, he likes watching it, but he doesn't like playing or anything like that. It's fast runner though. He's into running.
Have you found it yet, Jupiter?
Yeah, it's interesting.
He's still awake.
Well,
He's not snoring yet, so I'm guessing he's still awake.
well, this is his last post 11 hours ago. So unless there's a new one that she's talking about, it said too many black people are quick to call other black people a coon or an Uncle Tom, just because they don't see things the same way, and this needs to stop. It's actually possible to want the best for black people while not following your way of thinking. We need to learn that we can have alternate views on things, but still want the best for each other. Well, yeah, that is so obvious because not all white people are the same. But
Well, what's
think
that got to do with Nanisa? I don't understand.
I don't know. I think it's because she goes around calling black men coons all the time and saying they
can't be. Right. Okay.
Part of the black community. I mean, I think she thinks she's a goddess who can give out black cards, doesn't she?
Yeah.
But
now I've lost interest in him. It's his cowardly debate, you know.
It's strange because I met him. I actually met him in person.
Yeah, I know.
He comes across as really, really intelligent and everything else, and yet he got dragged down. I don't know. I think maybe he thought that it was that Black Lives Matter was going to take off because I think the way it swept into London, it came in very quickly, and it had a hard hitting impact, and I think it gave black people, this kind of false sense of security that everything was going to be overthrown, everything was going to be changed.
Mm.
Of course, it hasn't happened, has it?
No. No. Well, guys, it's time for me to go to my bed.
I'm off now as well. Oh my God, it's 1:05. I can't believe we've been talking that long.
Yeah.
Yeah, and most of it's been about that shitty fucking fat lardy ass fucking Goddard.
I don't mind talking about him, I tell you.
Oh, yeah, no. But he's annoying. All right then, take care anyway.
All right, love. Good night.
For having me on again. Night, chat. See you later.
Night,
Bye,
Wendy. Night, chat.
Night, love.
Night,
Good
Buster.
night.
You're awake.
Yeah, I'll just kick him if he
him
doesn't
out.
leave.
No, I'm here. I'm listening.
And Buster, have you fixed your chair? I've not heard any squeaking all night.
No, I'm on the laptop downstairs.
That's why we can't hear your chair. Okay. Right. See you, Wendy. See you, Buster.
See you, love. Bye.
Yeah.
No, fine. Oh. That's strange. Mm-hmm. Oh, how strange is that? YouTube really gets on my nerves at times. Hide stuff. Yeah, so, Mr. Goddard, bring the proof. Oh, I've got the proof. I've got the proof. So it would be good if you could bring it, because I don't think you've got any proof whatsoever. None at all. Why isn't this coming up? Piss me off. And again. Uh-huh. Got it. Makes me sick. Yeah. Night, Busker.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, night, Busker. I'm ending it now, love.
Yeah, pick me out. Yeah. I gotta sleep now.
Ah, you're half asleep, aren't you, love?
Yeah, I'm starting to doze off. Yeah.
Yeah. Good night, love. There you go. Yeah, work in 5 hours' time. Oh, joy. Oh, good night, guys. Please come again. And there we go.
I used to rule the world. Seas would rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone. Sweep the streets I used to own. I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes, listen as the crowd would sing. Now the old king is dead, long live the king. 1 minute I held the key, next the walls were closed on me, and I discovered that my castle stand upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Mirror, mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, once you've gone, it was never an honest word. That was when I ruled the world. It was the wicked and wild wind, blew down the doors to let me in, shattered windows and the sound of drums. People couldn't believe what I'd become. Revolutionaries wait for my head on a silver plate, just a puppet on a lonely string. Oh, who would ever want to be king? I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Mirror, mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name ever an honest word, but that was when I ruled the world. bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Viva, viva my soul, Sheila, a missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name. Never alone.